Hello everyone and welcome back to Laurence Plays for another stream, and yes, this time we're playing the other game. It's not Factorio tonight. We're playing the last Starship, and well, we're going to play a little bit of what on earth was I doing last time I played, because that was about 2 weeks ago. Hello Pietro, welcome. So yes, I had my fleet, my gradually growing fleet over here. So I've now got up to 4 ships. We've got the 5 ships, sorry. We've got the Foundry, which is the big one in the middle that does all of my automated constructionizing. And we've got, so over here, we occasionally go out and we'll find some asteroids and we'll laser the asteroids thoroughly with the mining lasers, then gather up the bits of rock with the drone bays. We have these inserters that we'll then take from the drone base and put onto the belt here, and sometimes apparently drop things, which is very untidy of them. Then down here we've got a bit of a stockpile of metallic minerals down here. This is the iron, if functionally, and well, I hadn't found a good way of creating a buffer of them. Ideally, this crate would be between the belt and the metal ingot smelter here, and then moving on to here. But because I designed it, because I designed the original version of this ship a while back, there isn't room to do that. Now, what I should probably do is go to a shipyard. In fact, we actually are at a shipyard. So I could just extend the side of the ship out a bit further and have my lasers a bit further out, so there's room to put these things in before the next couple of parts of the ship design. So maybe I'll do that. But then after that, anyway, yes, so we're smelting the various metals down into their appropriate constituent parts. So the metal ingots turn into, I'm going to try and carry on calling it iron instead of metal, because then we've also got copper, which is technically a metal as well. And then we've got thallium, which I'm trying quite hard not to call tiberium, even though it's green. And that's just being stored in a box at the moment because we don't have any real need for this yet. Then, from that, we're making some of the intermediates in these fabricators, and then over here we can turn those into actual things. So we're making rails up here, then we're making goodness knows what. Small storage crates, apparently. And so on, all the way down here, making lots and lots of different things. So we've got a stockpile of all the bits and pieces that go into our various systems. Although, so down here, something seems to have gone a bit funny. It's a loader, okay. I think there probably should be a piece of track in here, but we'll worry about that at some point in the not too distant future. So, that's how things are going on this ship. We've also got the Procyon Cruiser, which is my current main, well, it's one of my combat ships at the moment. So this one is capable of flying out, doing a bit of damage with the guns on the side here. It's also got a hyperspace juice collector. It's got some drone bays on the side here for looting the ships that it blows up. And then as our standard recycling system up here for all of the gases and everything, basically clean everything up again. Do I have an oxygen collector? Yes, I do. So it looks like I'm... maybe not actually. Maybe I'm not collecting CO2 up here. Yes, I am. Here's the scrubber. CO2 scrubber goes into a medium tank of CO2, which we're hopefully then just stockpiling. Oh, or that comes down here to be put into to be reprocessed and then blown out back into the ship. So basically, this keeps the atmosphere clean in the ship. And I've got a similar setup over here as well for on this ship, and as well also on the short hopper. This one is not set up actually. This one is just, but it's got no people on it. So to be honest, this can just sit here until I want to actually do something with it. I don't have any real need for this ship at the moment. We have the Temptress over here, which I'm gradually fitting out to be another combat ship. So we've got a load of cannons alongside here. We've got some of these miniguns, yes, Gatling guns along the top here. And these are the sort of the new generation of weaponry systems. So we've got them being automatically loaded by inserters along here from a storage crate here. I haven't taken this into combat yet, so we'll probably find it doesn't actually work, but that's the theory. And then the same sort of thing going on with cannons over here. And then our usual, well, we've got air recycling going on at the front of the ship here. We don't seem to have sewage recycling going on, so they are eventually going to run out of food. But we've got a lot of it stockpiled over here, so they'll be all right for a while. But I should probably set that up at some point inside this ship. So yes, I now have 2 combat capable ships. I have a foundry ship. I have the short hopper, which I'm not using, and then we have the gas collector, which is another ship that's just sitting out here not doing anything. Because to be honest, I've started using the foundry ship for the gas collection, and we've got quite a lot of. Actually, we haven't got any Metreon gas at the moment. Maybe we should send the ship off to a nebula somewhere to do something. But anyway, at the moment, we've got loads and loads of fuel in these tanks. We've got no fuel. We should probably start bottling up some fuel. Why is there a flashing oxygen tank there? I don't understand what that means. Where does the oxygen... Oh, right, that's because it's run out of oxygen because we've moved over to using this air duct over here in order to keep the ship full of air. So what we should probably do is dismantle that. There we go. We'll get rid of that, and then it doesn't matter that it's run out of air because it's not being used. Blip. And there's an alternative one as well. So we also appear to have a couple of these little guys hopping around on the ship, which is... well, I think we were told as long as we don't have more than three or more of them, then it's okay. They won't start breeding and taking over the universe. So we'll consider them to basically just be pets for now, shall we? That seems reasonable. Okay, so that's my ships. The next question is what are we doing at the moment? What is going on? So the Stargate, it told me that my Stargate progress had been reset. Now I assume that's the Stargate 4 process because phases 1, 2 and 3 are all still finished. And phase 4 I haven't really got started on yet. So ooh, there's a big thing there. So it looks like I need to make some Stargate receivers, capacitors and thallium crystals. I've not been asked to make these though, and usually I do seem to get asked about them. So we'll come back to that. I can have a look at the contracts at the moment. This will tell me what... okay, there's nothing going on at the moment. Have I completed all of the... yeah, I've completed all of the plot-related missions at the moment. So there's not a lot sitting here waiting for me to do it. I think at this point, I might as well actually just carry on doing the industrial stuff. Or I could go off and start some fights, like go off and get some pirate gangs and pirate groups and armoured thugs and rogue fighters. That might be a bit of fun. Also, I need to get some more researching. Let's have more efficient hydroponics, because why not? Do that. Yeah, let's have a shakedown trip for my 2 combat vessels, because I think that's going to be quite interesting. Have I got a because I've got this weapons officer here, but I don't see... Oh no, there we go. There's a weapons control center. That's fine. We can use that. And I've got a smattering of other guys on here who can run the other guns. So that's the weapon control center. I believe can connect up to 4 or 5 of them, and I think I've got enough guys to do the rest of them. So yes, I think plan for starting off with. Let's accept all of the combat missions and go off and start a fight. That sounds like a good way to go. So contracts. I want to. We'll neutralise the pirate gang. So where's this combat rating of at least 4, which I've got. Okay, difficulty rating of 6. That's in sector 12. So we'll take that one. This one's in sector 15. Take that one as well, because why not? 13 and also 14. So they're all in different sectors. This one we do have to. They do want us to rescue some people from. So we'll take that one, and it's going to explode fairly soon. So we'll go here first. We'll take that one, and then I think that's probably a good amount of stuff to be doing at this point. So that's plenty of missions. Let's go and see how we can get on. So that means we switch over to tactical mode, and then if we select the foundry, we can then detach all ships. We're going to switch back over to the Procyon, and from here drop out of tactical. Let's pause this while I think about it. We would like to go to sector 12, I believe, was the one that needed a rescue. Yes, there we go. So we'll head over there, and we will take the Temptress with us. So we've got the 2 ships, and between them, I think we should be more than capable of dealing with whatever. What do you mean, no destination? Map. Here. Prepare to jump. Take the Temptress. Oh, right, okay, we need to then unpause while they align themselves. Fair enough. Both ships have... Oh, I haven't picked up railguns. Yes, I have. I've got one... No, I've got a Gatling gun on the front of there. Oh, and a Gatling gun there. That's a good point. I was going to pick up some railguns. Forgot about that. Oh, we do have 2 railguns on this ship, actually. So maybe that one can do the railgunning. We shall see. But we need to go and rescue those peeps, so let's get over there quickly. And when we land, I'm going to quickly pause and have a look at look at what's going on. So over here, we will see. Okay, so we've got 3 enemy ships. Are you one of them? We've got the Fat Duck over there. Okay, that's a fighter. Fair enough. It does kind of look like a Fat Duck. I can see where the name came from. Got a Roadrunner light corvette, and that seems to be okay. There's cannons and Gatling guns on that, so that's not too scary. And there is a DD fighter. Oh, how cute. And that's only got Gatling guns, so that's not a significant threat. There is also the stranded ship, this one, and also the Vork Mororg. This appears to be just a sort of this guy is just passing through, so we'll leave him alone. But the stranded ship here in the middle, we need to get the Procyon over to this. So battle stations, tactical mode, and there's his port. There's a docking port. I think that must be the docking port, because I can't see what else could be on this map. So, Procyon, we need you to get yourself. You've only got your docking port on one side, haven't you? Yes, you've just got one docking port there. But if we bring you over here pretty quick, and then the Temptress, where were your railguns? Railguns are over here, I think. Yes, those are the railguns. And the enemies are all up there. So if we head over, like, oh, hang on, which side of the ship are the cannon? Cannons are all on the bottom side. Okay. So if we then move this ship into about here, and then we'll see how that goes as we get going. Oh, is that some railguns opening fire? I think it might be. So let's turn right. What's your yeah? You've got railguns over there. They've got very small arcs of fire. So let's let's flip the ship round and point it in this direction. They're attacking the stranded ship. That's a bit mean. Right, here we go. We should now have everything, all guns brought to bear, and we should be able to start shooting. Let's go slowly. If the guns could fire, that'd be nice. Have we got people into positions, or did I press battle stations a bit too late? The guns are pointing. He's the control centre up there, so yeah, I think we might be all right. I think we might be ready to start the attack. This ship is very skittery and quick, which is a little bit alarming. And it does have those cannons on the side, so we'll just have to try and deal with that as quickly as we can. Back over to tactical. Yeah, and they seem to be attacking the stranded ship, which is very cheeky of them. No, point yourself this way, mate. Okay, the Temptress does not appear to be capable of turning quickly enough to track the Corvette. So this could be problematic, especially given how damn fast that thing seems to be. Hopefully we'll be able to put some pain down on the Duck and the Tiny Fighter over there. Let's see how this goes. At the moment, though, I'd like them to just do whatever they can. Okay, so the Temptress is doing some good damage to the Teeny Fighter. Unfortunately, I think the Teeny Fighter is probably the least dangerous of the ships we're going up against here, which is a bit unfortunate. Actually, I'll leave the Procyon coming in this direction, and it can then keep shooting at the Duck over there, and then it can flip round once it gets into position to dock up against a stranded ship over here. Currently, the Temptress has taken quite a bit of damage. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, once we take out these two, that's taken 50% damage already, so the Teeny Fighter is in trouble. The Duck, it doesn't seem to have taken anything yet, but we are hitting it. Have we taken one of them out already? Oh no, it's underneath you're right, I see. So the Temptress needs to do something. It needs to not. Well, actually, if it's pointing in this direction, it can take another couple of shots at the Roadrunner first. Meep meep. Before we worry too much about exactly what's going to be shooting what. Right now, let's start turning the Temptress this way. The Procyon needs to turn round, basically on the spot. Let's see how well it can do at this. Oh, come on! Hit. Look at that. That's rubbish. Hit the ship you're aiming for, please. The Temptress is now going the wrong way. Let's try and turn this way. How are we doing? So, okay, so these two are both in trouble. The Roadrunner is doing an extremely good job of dodging, unfortunately. The Temptress is not pointing in the right direction. The Temptress is a bit damaged, but it's not too severe. It's less than half, so it's probably okay. But I think we might need to go off for it. What was that? Something exploded, but I don't know what it was. No, all the ships still have some health left, so that's probably all right. Oh, there we go. The teeny fighter is gone. Right, so one of theirs is down. I've lost. Okay, one of them is down. There's one there. Where's the other one? Or have I already blown it up? Maybe I've already blown it up. No, I think it must just be underneath. It must just be underneath one of the other ships. And I can't see it. Yeah, okay, that's no. I think that must have been the first boom I heard, and it's just destroyed. Oh, maybe that was it there. That pattern of that spray of debris there. Maybe that was it. Okay, so unfortunately, we're going to have the Procyon pointing in the wrong direction at this point. So it's not going to be able to shoot at the Roadrunner as long as it's over here. However, the Temptress, if we keep it turning, is going to hopefully keep the Roadrunner under. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Peter, and regular as well. So, sorry, I didn't say good evening. Hello to you guys when you showed up. Sorry about that. Right. So, but anyway, we can get the Procyon is coming round. To be honest, I probably should have dealt with the enemy ships first, and then worried about docking with the stranded ship, because I think that would probably been more sensible. Have I lost some guns up here? Or do I just not have people to operate them? Or is that just what the cannons look like? Maybe that's just what cannons look like. Hard to say. No, this has got its cannons sticking out. Maybe I don't have enough crew on the Temptress. Oh, they don't have power. Ah, okay, that's a concern. Is that because there's been no damage, or just because? Oh no, because the entire ship is having power problems. Right. So I'm guessing this ship doesn't have. It doesn't have enough power capacity to keep all its things running. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Right, well, we've learned something here. We need to put a lot more generators on this ship. 2 of them is not enough for the weapons load we've got on it. Given that, maybe we should be doing something other than docking with the Procyon, and this should actually be flipping back round again and going up to full throttle in an attempt to continue shooting at the Roadrunner. Let's do that. What's our range on these with these cannons? Okay, so it's right into cannon range now. I say into cannon range. That's not entirely true. That's a miss. It successfully dodged those. Oh. And come back round for another salvo. This controlling 2 ships is kind of complicated. No, actually, keep pointing this way. Guns are on the side. We need to do another broadside, please. Actually, we need to get a bit closer and then do a broadside. How's it holding up? 27% damage. Okay, we need to do a lot more damage to that Roadrunner. Do a broadside. Go on, one. It's right there. Oh. Okay, so coming into range. There we go. Now, if you could just hit it, please, that'd be much appreciated. Okay, it's got 74% damage. That's pretty good. Come around for another salvo. Oh, there's another ship arrived. That one looks pretty cool. I like that design. The Raiden. Have to see if we can copy it. How's the Temptress doing? Oh, Temptress is basically derelict. That's not good. Okay, so it's all down to the Procyon now. I thought I armoured the other one up fairly heavily, but maybe not enough so. Who can spin better? Unfortunately, it seems to be them. There isn't a sort of a keep turning option in this, so the ship will turn a bit and then go. Okay, if we can get a bit of range on it like that, there we go. It's coming in now. No, what? Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, I see. I clicked on the thing over there. That's why it changed. Hit it! Hit it! Get it with the cannons. There we go. Phew! Right, well that was a lot more difficult than I was expecting. The Temptress has taken very, very significant damage. I don't know what I can do about repairing this. Oh, I think the bots should be able to do some repair. Let's drop down to 0 throttle. And actually, I don't know if I've even got bots on this one. No, I don't think I have. I don't think that's a bit of a tactical oversight. It needs robots to repair it during the fight, and it hasn't got any. So let's fly it over towards. Let's fly over and regroup at the derelict. Where is the derelict? There it is. Oh, okay. That guy is quite large. No wonder it looks cool. So, tactical map. Bring the Procyon over to the derelict for purposes of rescue. I've still got... I don't seem to have a time limit on there anymore. Unless it got... Oh, did it get destroyed? I think it might have got destroyed. Ah, bah. So we failed that mission. That's unfortunate. In that case, let's just fly over to about here and try and do a bit of salvaging. That means we can then drop back out of... we want to bring the Temptress over here as well for potential repair work if we can do repairs with the other ship. Back out of tactical mode and back over to the Procyon. Because we're going to be going out and doing some looting, I will need to potentially plug... Oh no, the drone bays are already plugged in, and the drones are already busy. Excellent. So we can fly over here and just do some general purpose looting of all of the ships we've wrecked. I don't see all that much stuff around here to gather, but we'll do what we can. There's a few dead people, lovely. I don't think we have any particular need for those. Has this ship just swept in to steal all of my loot and then it's flying away again? I think it might have done, or maybe it swept in to pick up all of the stuff that came out of the stranded ship that I didn't manage to rescue. To basically prevent you from going in and just abandoning these sort of ships and going, well, I won't rescue it, but I won't kill them either. I will just let them. I'll just go in and steal all their stuff when their ship blows up naturally. So maybe that's the case. I don't know. I don't know. Temptress, get over here. No, not battle stations. Tactical. Move over here next to this ship, and we can use the bots to repair. Oh no, there's the derelict stranded. Shh. I'm very confused. Let's fly over here and try and dock with it anyway, even though we seem to have failed. Yes, if it looks that cool, it's allowed to try and steal remnants. Yes, we'll go with that. Is there anything here worth nicking? No, so maybe... I'm very confused. I don't know what happened. It's hopping around, stealing all of the stuff. So the Raiden is there. No, it's not. It's the derelict corvette. I don't know. I'm very confused. But let's leave that. Let's leave the bots doing a little bit of repair work over there. The Temptress can, as usual, then come over and join the Procyon. There doesn't seem to be anything here worth salvaging at this point. It would be quite nice to know how those enemies compare to the people I just fought compare to everyone else. So let's have a look at the contracts. Show completed, and it only shows completed plot-related ones. It doesn't show these. So I mean that's a difficulty rating of 4, that's a 6, and that's a 5. So we should do this one first. We should go to NG15 before we do any of the others. But before that, well, we should let the bots do some repairing first, and then we should go off to a shipyard, get the ship properly repaired, get some more engines put into it so it can carry on using its guns a bit more effectively, and generally just soup it up a little bit and make some improvements to it. And maybe even get some more crew, although I don't think that was the problem. It is also down to 1 FTL charge. That's not a problem because the Procyon has 10, so it can keep the other one supplied. You can see the repairs being cobbled onto the ship over here as well. So, oh, there we go. I think they're all done. Right. Okay. After all that, let's go to a shipyard, like this one, in fact, and take the Temptress with you. Okay. Let's go. Can nip over, get the ship fixed up, get some more engines put, some more generators put on it, so it can keep all of its everything's running. You think it was a 6? Okay, that's good because the one I struggled with was also a 6, but sort of just about managed. Okay, so you need to have no, we need to trade. We need. Let's have all 3 reactors. I don't think there's such a thing as too much energy generation, and we can afford it easily enough. We've used up all of the bullets apparently, and got loads of cannon. Okay, where is this? This is where the foundry is. So I could go over and do I have bullets available in the foundry, or are we just making cannon shells at the moment? No, just making cannon shells. Okay, so we'll claim at some point I want to start making bullets on this ship as well. But for now, we'll one thing at a time, I think. So for now, we'll go back to the Temptress. We'll buy a load more bullets. There we go, boxes of bullets. Yeah, sure, let's take them all. And over here, right, I now need to put in some more reactors. I'll put them in this room because it's not doing anything else. I won't block the doorway. Wait, that's not blocked. Where's the door? There's the door. Let's put them in like that, that's fine. Then we're going to need a fuel pipe for all of these. Come off there. And we're going to need a cable for all of these. It goes down there. And there we go. Suddenly I have more than twice as much power. Hopefully that'll be enough. Oh yes, and repairings. How do we do that? That's in the editor, I think. We've got armour on everything. Let's put armour on everything. It's going to cost 500,000. Wow. But I've got lots of money, so that's fine. Where's repair? Oh, it's repair and trade. No. Construction. There's a repair option somewhere. I remember seeing it. Contracts, power grid, logistics, FTL, stargate, research, orders. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing it. Let's go back over to the Procyon. Have we armoured this ship properly? Not quite. Ah, so maybe those are the bits that got repaired? I'm a little bit confused. I'm sure I remember there being a repair ship option somewhere in the game. Am I being completely blind? I don't think I am. Is it not in this section? Is it? I've got sell and fabricate up here. I don't want to do either of those. I want to repair the ship I already have. Let's just do that. Let's put armour over everything. That seems to be fairly good for repairs. Yeah. And the Temptress. I armoured you up, didn't I think I did. Yeah. It's got a lot of repair work done on it, but I believe I've now also armoured it. I'm sure previously I went somewhere to one of these. I went to a shipyard and was able to repair the ship, and it got rid of all of the cobbled together bot done repair work on the top of it and sorted it out properly. But I can't find that option now. Oh well, let's go off and do the go to 15 then. Maybe you can't repair it. I was looking for it, which is why I switched over to the Procyon to see if that would make any difference, but yeah, it didn't seem to. Anyway, so we're going to go to 15 because that has the difficulty rating of 4, so it should be. Oh no, wait. Let's have another look at the Temptress and see. Could we get in more railguns? How many slugs do we have? We've got quite a lot. We could put in more railguns, but I'd have to then arrange another box for loading them, and I think that's going to be a bit of a faff. So let's just go in with what we've got. see how we get on if I'm not distracted by other ships, and if we've got enough power to actually run this ship properly. So, Procyon, I want to jump to 15, which is 13, 14, 15 over there. So I want to go to that one, we want to go to battle stations, and I want to take the Temptress with us. Get aligned, and I think we're ready to jump. I did notice the research had finished though, so let's do track speed, because why not? Okay, here we are. So I've paused it. Let's go over to tactical mode. We have 2 enemies down this way. So I guess we swing both ships around to point in that direction. I feel like I should be able to switch between the ships by pressing. I don't know what I should be pressing, but I feel like I should be able to switch between them, but press of a button. Tab seemed like the logical one, but it turned out it wasn't. So we've got a pirate and a small miner. The pirate has 4 guns around the front of it, but they look fairly small. This one has possibly another 4 guns. Let's see what happens when we start investigating. Yes, okay, 4 Gatling guns. That's fairly harmless. Another 4 Gatling. Okay, these guys they're probably not going to be able to do very much damage to us at all. Something over here. A derelict pirate vessel. We should also investigate that as well and see if we can loot it for anything useful. So if we can swing the Temptress round nice and quick. Then we can hopefully get the railguns pointing in the right direction. Maybe that's a bit too far around. Get the railguns pointing in the right direction, get some long range shots off and see how we get on with those. What's the range of a railgun? Okay, they're slightly out of railgun range. Let's keep circling them then and see how we get on. Because they're coming towards us. So I should be able to, if I point slightly more upwards, should be able to get them in on the railguns. Fairly, there we go. There's one of them inside railgun coverage. There we go. There's a railgun slug coming out, and hits right in the front there. Lovely. And the other one, the other railgun, perhaps. Okay, we've got 1 railgun firing to each enemy ship. That's probably not the most efficient way to deal with them, but never mind. The Procyon has got much shorter range. Oh, they're all on the other side. Damn it, turn around. If I turn around that way. I forgot which side my guns are on this ship, which is a little bit embarrassing. Okay, so there we go. Now we've got the cannons all pointing in the right direction, more or less. The Temptress, you've got your cannons. I can't come to bear yet, but the railguns are doing their best, doing their bit, and we've done 6% damage already, so that's quite good. Combat seems to happen quite quickly in this game, I've noticed. Even though I'm pausing a lot, it's still happening really, really fast. A bit more that way, I think. Cannons are now, we're coming into range for the cannons to actually be useful. Like that. How much damage has that salvo done? 20%. Sweet. Another, okay. I think that guy's in trouble. I mean, to be fair, it's a mining ship that appears to be coming in to tangle with my fighters, so it shouldn't be that surprising that it's getting itself in trouble. Boom, just like that. Okay, the other one's coming in now. So if we swing the Temptress round to get the railguns pointed in the right direction. And the Procyon can just keep doing what it does best, to fly over this way. I've selected the wrong ship. Okay, so you keep going around like that, and Temptress, try and get the railguns pointing in the right direction. If we could show the coverage area of the railguns all the time, that would be really, really useful. Just always show all of your guns' coverage areas. That'd be nice. Okay, we've done 14% damage already before it's even got in range. That's rather nice. Before it's got in range to be able to even consider doing anything to us. I need to be a bit closer. Let's go for the broadside. Although, to be honest, I think there's a decent chance that the Temptress will have finished it off with its cannons before the Procyon gets in range. Oh, double miss there. What? Oh, salvo from both ships. 69, 70, 82. Boom. Right, so now we want the Procyon to start looting the remains. So we'll fly it into about there. The Temptress can throttle back. And I think we achieved that without taking a single hit from the enemy ships, because they were somewhat outmatched, should we say? So we got bump to our combat rating. We're still rank 4, but still a bump to it nonetheless. Took out 2 hostiles, got 116,000 for it. Yeah, it's not too bad, I guess. And then, and here we go. Over here, we can see that we've got battle stations actually at this point. We see that the bots are doing a nice job of harvesting all any useful stuff that's out there. Good. I think that's the ship coming in here, and there's the other wreck. I think have we already harvested? And there's something over there. There might be some ammunition or something we can pick up a little bit of. Let's just fly through here, gather up what we can, and then probably end up flying back over to the mothership and unloading everything into the foundry, because that's where it all goes, really. Where was the other wreck? Oh, it's over there. Okay. So finish polishing off this one. Are these little blobs things that we can pick up? I think they might be. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, my bots are now going to bed. So fly you now over here. See if there's anything worthwhile over there. It's the text. Oh no, it's over here. Sorry. Actually, what is that? Let's stop there and on the way past and see if there's anything there worth harvesting. And by harvesting, I mean looting, of course. I suppose I could probably tell by switching out of tactical mode, which I could do with the keyboard shortcut. Oh, that's destroyed bots. Okay. Or bots from a destroyed ship. I don't believe I can salvage those. So let's carry on over here. It's probably a good thing, otherwise I'd have more bots than I know what to do with. We have gained a certain amount of stuff here. I wouldn't like to say how useful any of this is, but we've gained some stuff. Collecting is going collectingly. Oh, spare space, more spacesuits. That's sort of useful, kind of valuable, I guess. Probably not actually that useful, because I think I've already got enough, but you know, all this stuff can be sold if required. I don't think I can strip it down and recycle it for parts, which would be quite nice. I just realised my microphone's in a silly place. I hope you could all hear me properly. You seem to be able to, because you've been responding and stuff, but hopefully that's a little bit clearer now. I think you can collect them if they were on board the ship when it got destroyed, but not if they're out in space when it got destroyed. I think if they're out in space, then you can't plunder them, because you'd end up with too many drones and it'd be unbalanced. And if you're attacking a ship, it probably won't have any drones not that aren't out there, because they'll all be out doing their best to repair the ship that you're pummeling the wasp name out of. Okay, so we've got a decent stock of cannon shells still. That's still full, in fact. Probably because we've rescued some and then been putting them back on here. And we've got a load more bullets as well, and lots of bullets here and bullets. We've got bullets everywhere. That's good. How is the other ship doing for supplies? Does it need a restock of anything? We've got still got 46 clips of cannon shells. And we've got 9 clips of bullets. So let's put some more bullets into this ship. I don't think it really needs them, but it can't hurt to have a few more on board anyway, just to make sure we don't run out of ammunition. Why are you still highlighting that one? Why is there a dotted line going across there? It's as if the guns are still thinking about that one, even though it's dead. I don't know. Oh well. Not too worried, really. This isn't a particularly fast ship. I wonder if I should be making it quicker. It's only got the 2 engines on the back of it. I could extend this back end a bit further and put more engines in, so it moves a little bit more quickly. But then we don't really need the ships to move all that quickly. Most of the time, you can just wait for the enemies to come back, over to you and get themselves in range, and just pummel them from long range. The only exception to that would be if they've got railguns and you haven't, or if they've got railguns on the back of their ship and they keep trying to run away. In fact, that could be quite a good tactic. Have a ship that has loads of railguns on the back of it, and just tries to stay out of range of whoever it's fighting, and just keeps running away from them and firing backwards as they follow it. That's kind of tempting. However, it wouldn't be particularly effective for fleet-based combat, because it would forever be effectively abandoning its comrades. Are you saying the spacesuits might smell a bit funny, or firing railgun shots out, or firing out the backside of a ship might smell a bit funny? I don't know if I want to know. Alright, out of tactical, we can go to logistics, and I want to send over a load of bullets, because we've only got 15 on this side. 25, 35. That'll do. About that many. So there we go. We can pass a load of boxes of bullets through. And then the ship will have a little bit more, a slightly larger stock. In fact, we could probably, and we do have a couple of extra Gatling guns on this ship, here, and here. We've got sort of all-round coverage for when we go up against fighters. So, yeah. Okay, I have not seen anything about railgun effectiveness, shall we say. But I can see the logic behind that. But this game doesn't have a great deal of documentation due to its sort of alpha status. So a lot of this is going to be guesswork. I think we've still got enough ammunition that we might as well now go after the next one of these. So we've got this one's a rating of 6. Let's go after the 5 first. And this is Rogue Fighters. So it's a good thing we've got some Gatling guns, probably. And that's in Sector 14. So bring up the map. And head over to 14. Prepare to jump. Take the cruiser. This is going to be using the last of the FTL fuel this ship has, but never mind. We'll fly back over and restock at some point. Okay, ready to jump and jump. The abort jump button moves to let the jump button appear at the bottom, which is rather poor user interface design. I should make notes of all of these comments and submit them to the what's the company called? The producers, the people who are writing the game. I should be able to remember their name, but I can't. Okay, so we've got a heavy corvette over here. Ooh, that's not the sort of fighter I was expecting. Okay, I forgot to go into battle stations before I jumped. That was a tactical mistake. Your guns are on that side, so I want the Procyon to go this way. And I want the Temptress to go this way. I don't know whether having them split up like this is good, because it means we can attack from 2 directions simultaneously, or whether it means they can't cover each other very well. I think it probably doesn't really matter a great deal. But we'll do this and this, and just start manoeuvring and getting ourselves ready. At the moment, it's going to be the Temptress that's going to get the first shots off, because it's got the railguns. And in fact, it's already in railgun range. I do feel that you should jump in a little bit further away, so that so you've got a little bit of time to sort of do tactical stuff like pointing your ship in the right direction before the combat starts. But, oh well. Maybe stop turning? Okay, there we go. Because see, that's practically already, and it's not practically in cannon range, but it's definitely already in railgun. Introversion, that's the one I was looking for, thank you. Yeah, and I'm aware the game is still fairly early alpha, so I'm trying not to be too picky about things like this. But yeah, well, I'll comment on them as I see them, but not get too upset. Fire! There we go. How much damage did that do? 5%. Okay, so 2 railguns is not going to take the ship out before it gets within cannon range, because it's nearly there, but it definitely softens it up a little bit. The railguns both fired, so I think they do have operators. Possibly they are being operated by the weapons officer guy here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Well, what's the button? It's schematic, isn't it? No, they do have operators. It turns out. So I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's just operating the Gatling guns, which isn't particularly helpful. Right, so we do that. Procyon can carry on round, doing the circle strafe thing and trying to get itself in range. Guns point that way, so yeah, just keep going in this direction, and it'll probably be alright. The Temptress needs to swing round a little bit, although not an enormous amount, because in a moment it's going to be in cannon. There we go, cannon range. The Procyon is still okay. Actually, turn that way a little bit. Oh, it's shooting back. How dare it. It's taken 19% damage. Okay, we need to hit it a bit harder. The Temptress needs to carry on swinging round, because otherwise it's going to go out of... In fact, it already has gone out of coverage. Procyon, turn this way a little bit more. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. 32%. It's taken some heavy damage. Procyon. Yeah, I think we want to start turning this way. Temptress. Yeah, a bit more turning. Although I don't think the ship is long for this world. Oh, it's at 50% health still, actually. It's doing slightly... I was going to say it's doing slightly better than predicted, but actually no, it just exploded wildly into a million pieces. So let's park you there and bring the Temptress in as well for any repair work that's required. I don't think we've taken any significant damage, but I also think it's a good idea just to get everything in and sorted out. Okay, that has come apart quite spectacularly. And yeah, 357,000 space bucks. And out go the bots to go and do the salvaging. Oh, some FTL fuel there. Nice. Let's maneuver that into position, and there's some worthwhile loot to loot here. We've taken 1 damage apparently. It says it does say you can repair the damage to your ship at a shipyard. So if we have a look at the Procyon, that has taken 2 damage. So I think we can safely say that we did quite well at not picking up too much abuse in that one. Oh, I've got one of my solar panels got wrecked, so a guy's gone out for a spacewalk to fix it. That's good of him. I appreciate that. Okay, I think we have now successfully looted. We've taken insignificant amounts of damage. So I think the next time will be to jump off. The next one is to jump off and go and do that last mission with the armored thugs. Sounds a little bit more dangerous. Oh, I see what you mean. You think it didn't do the shooting because it hadn't got into because there wasn't an operator there. No, I was thinking more that just the mission or the combat my ships jumped in too close to the enemy ships, and therefore there wasn't really an opportunity to to get the ships into the position I wanted to have them in before the combat started. Yeah. Okay, Talking Gas. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm glad I can provide a useful service. Right, let's go back to battle stations and then go off to where was it for the? Oh, it'll be on the map, won't it? Map will be. Combat and derelict. I think that derelict has been there a long time. We've already picked it over, so we'll just jump over here and carry on. Unpause and take the Temptress with you. Might as well have twice as many guns. Yeah, I think we're on our Alpha 15 now. There was an update in the last couple of weeks while I was away, and apparently one of the things that changed was how the Stargate missions work. So they've they reset the progress on an individual phase of the Stargate. But I hadn't made any progress on that phase, so that doesn't matter. Okay, so we have two enemy ships over here. There's a light fighter and a scavenger. Neither of those sound particularly dangerous, but I am aware that descriptions can be deceptive. So let's do that and that. And we'll try and have them support each other. So I assume the light fighter is going to come in much more quickly because it's a lighter craft. So we'll see if we can just attack that one first. But we'll see how things go. So we'll swing them both round to cover each other a little bit like this first. The Temptress might have swung around a bit too far, actually, if we're reckoning on the light fighter coming in first. Whoa, they've got railguns. 4 of them, in fact. Okay, that changes things a little bit. We may have to try and close with them with the Procyon. And that might be tricky because they're so quick. Although maybe they'll swing around quite wide. We'll find out as things get started. You are going to have struggled to bring your guns to bear, aren't you? Okay, we can take a couple of shots at that one, I suppose. Actually, ooh, you know what? The scavenger is actually coming in towards us, so let's change the plan again and go after the scavenger first and see how that goes. Or I could bring this. No, that said, I'm going to bring the Procyon cruiser up the middle here and see what we can do about the Hawk. I suspect it's just going to stay out at long range and attempt to pummel the Procyon at extreme range, as it's doing at the moment, in fact. And that's not great. So, given that, maybe I should go after it with the Procyon, but I don't know. I don't want to split the ships up. But I also don't want to leave this guy out at long range pummeling us. But also, if I try and get the fighter, then the scavenger's going to be able to get in and do whatever it wants. Now, that said, it only has 2 Gatling guns, so concentrating on it is probably foolish. Let's get the Procyon to concentrate on it, and the Temptress can swing round and attempt to bring its railguns to bear on the Hawk. I think that's probably the sensible thing to do here. Although maybe that salvo is going to do 16%. 25%, 30% damage. It's probably going to get wrecked before we before we even get a chance to start shooting it. Before we get a chance to start doing anything against the other ship. Like that. Okay, well that went quite easily. Ah, you're probably right, Pieter. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense if to have the guns coming online gradually like that. Yeah, I think you're probably right, and we'll see how things go with the. Oh well, I'll see if I can pay more attention to actually having my people at battle stations next time we jump in. Right, so the cannons are reloading. Railguns are virtually ready, so we can bring them round and round a bit further. It's quite hard aiming sideways. Double miss. Okay, so it's now shooting the Procyon. That's possibly good, because if it's concentrating on that, then the Temptress might be able to get inside cannon range and then really pummel it. Because I think hitting this thing, because it's so small and fast, it's going to be difficult. What's it sort of... No, we don't get any numbers for it. It's going to be tricky to hit it with... well, with anything, really. But I think the cannons stand a much better chance, because they have a much higher fire rate. Oh, let's throttle up so that we're not sitting ducks. Yeah, you are already throttled up. Okay, so you can head down this way. Unpause. Let's unpause. Keep turning. I think that wasn't... Yeah, it keeps missing the Hawk. The railguns are insufficiently... They're insufficient to target something this small. So I think we need to perhaps get closer. And then try and turn. Still not quite in range. And the Procyon is bimbling off under it, just to wherever it feels like going, because I'm not keeping enough of an eye on it. Let's go this. Okay, let's swing it around the other way. Maybe we'll be able to head the Hawk off at the pass. But I think at the moment the Temptress is probably our best chance at hitting it. Oh, it's still out of still out of cannon range. That's annoying. Let's try and get a bit closer. No, I feel like the Hawk knows where its advantage is, and it's in staying out of range. Right, Procyon is going in the right direction now. That's promising. Yeah, the Procyon is going to be able to do a really good cannon salvo on the way past. So let's... I hope. Yeah, that's easily going to go into range. Salvo. Oh, there we go. That's 20% damage. 26% damage. Yeah, that's going quite well. Don't turn too quickly. Carry on turning. And the Temptress is doing approximately nothing at this point because it's pointing in the wrong direction. There we go. That was actually quite difficult because of the how good at dodging the enemy ship was. So let's park over there by this one for the moment. Do some salvaging there with the fresh ship. Then we can nip up to the scavenger afterwards. But only 195,000 space duck bucks. That's a bit mean, but oh well. Okay, back in we come. Get out of battle stations, back up tactical, and there doesn't seem to be a great deal of loot. There's a little bit over here. I think the amount of money available... Oh, actually, they've already started salvaging. That's kind of why. Okay. All right, then. I'll let you off. And we're getting some useful ammunition and stuff brought in here. Okay. It's not so bad. Is that the lot from here? Hull is undamaged. Temptress's hull is a little bit damaged. Took 46 damage. So, can the drones do anything about that? Is any of that damage that we can repair? No, the drones are not doing anything. Okay, well in that case, let's fly the cruiser over to here, and then after that we can hop over to here. Just check out all of these, all of the remains that are scattered around. See if there's anything worth harvesting while we're here. What do you mean nothing? I feel swindled. All right, over here then. Or was I too quick and it all got picked up while I wasn't looking? What are those then? Oh, those are dead drones. Okay. That's not been quite as not quite as lucrative as I was hoping. Over here, I don't see much. You know, some corpses. I don't want corpses. I want actual supplies. Boo. Okay, well we've dealt with all those missions that were stacking up there. So I guess now this is the point to set another research going. Drone assembly would be quite nice. Let's be able to make drones, and then fly back to there and just restock and everything. And yes, we will take the Temptress. Bing. Jump. Okay. I would like some more plot missions to pop up, but there doesn't seem to be anything happening at the moment. So maybe that effectively means the next thing that needs to happen is some more Stargate production. So I guess we'll be doing that next. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to go and fill the ship up with metal ores. We don't really want that. So let's try and fly the ships over to the foundry. There's the foundry. I'd recognise that massive square lump anywhere. So you go there. You go there. We'll dock up to the foundry, and then we can pass some more ammunition and fuel and stuff like that over from the foundry and get everything stocked up. In the meantime, why is the short hopper running out of fuel? What's it even using fuel for? Oh, I guess it's just using it. It's using it to produce electricity to keep everything running. Ideally, I'd turn it off, but that doesn't seem to be a thing we can do. Oh, and they've gone out and gathering some rocks as well, which is a little bit silly. If I put... Oh, that's run out of power? That's weird. Okay, I'm just not going to worry about that because I don't care at the moment. Although it'd be nice if I didn't have all these warning messages popping up everywhere. Right, so... and other puzzled noises. What's the next? What do we need to do next? So the next thing is going to be, as I say, looking at the Stargate project. So I need to make Stargate receivers, which is a frame, an energy coil, and a lens. And oh, there's a ship coming in underneath. So it's a frame there. That's an energy coil, and I'm not making lenses. I think they're made out of titanium. So I think it's functionally a sort of a glass type thing. So I'll have to start getting those going. Oh yeah, research. No, research is happening at the moment. I started one going just before we set off. One thing I would quite like to do is extend the side of this ship out a bit and put stuff... I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that, though. So, how do we make lenses? Also, how do we make underground belts? I don't think we do, and that's slightly upsetting. So, another one of these, another fabricator. Do I have any fabricators? Yes. Got 5 of them, in fact. That's quite a lot. Put you in there because I'm expecting to be able to unload. No, let's not put it there. Let's put it a little bit further down because I'll probably be able to unload into a box, and then put another small storage crate. In here, like that. And then I think I can then put in another assembly table. We'll find out if any of this is right or if I've got completely the wrong end of the wasp name. That can go in down here, like that. And then I can load them all with the stuff that's required. So you're going to be making lenses, and I believe that means you need precious metals. Ah, okay, that's another thing. So we're going to have to go out and find some of that. But then we can put lenses into here. Why on earth is a lens made out of precious metals? Okay, whatever. And then you're going to make, what was it? It was Stargate actuators? I've forgotten what it was. That's what I'm trying to make already. Stargate receivers. Stargate receivers. We also need to make Stargate capacitors and titanium crystals. Well, titanium crystals we are making here, so that's fine. Stargate receivers, Stargate capacitors are energy coils, actuators, and stable isotopes. Blimey. Okay. So energy coils are fine. They're coming down a belt over here. What did I say? Stargate actuators. Is that you? Yes, this is Stargate actuators, so I can bring them from here. That's fine. And then the stable isotopes. That's you guys. So okay, so we're going to need to do a lot of space flight. Oh, we can pipe them in, so that's not too difficult. And we've got tanks for them down here. And we should be. Oh, actually, I don't know if we can pipe them in. Do we? No, we need to bring them in bottle form. That's a little bit of a faff, but okay, fine. Let's dock some ships up and get things being passed around as we would like them to be. So, firstly, we'll dock up the Procyon. Heave it round, and can we? Yeah, arrange the camera so I can see so I don't have to try and think in rotate. So I don't have to think rotationally when I'm trying to maneuver it into position. There we go. So you go there like that. There we go. And we also want to link up the temptress like this. This one is nice and manoeuvrable, I approve. There we go. Right, so I can now go back out of this mode. I can go over to the foundry again, and I can transfer some stuff around. So from here, I want to make sure all of these ships have got decent amounts of stuff, decent amounts of ammunition, and all the bits and pieces they need, and ideally not too much of other things. So, Procyon Cruiser, you're going to want some ammunition. You're going to want railgun slugs. And we don't have any. Oh, no, sorry, no, you're not. You're not going to want railgun slugs. You're going to want to ditch those. You are going to want cannon shells, although you appear to be full of those already. So let's put this one up to 70. Like that. Bullets. That's probably all right. It's a bit annoying that I can't take stuff out from here and pass it straight over to here. I have to go over to the Procyon and then say get rid of all the railgun slugs onto the foundry like that, and then once they're on the foundry, I can pass them over to the Temptress. But oh well. The Temptress is connected, I believe. Oh yeah, it did. You're right. Oh, it's because there was a shuttle playing silly what's names, I think. If that, we can just let that. Oh, there we go. Now the shuttle's gone, so we can dock now and not have problems. I wonder if it just drifted and disconnected that way, because it shouldn't. A shuttle shouldn't be able to barge it out of the way when it's connected. There we go. It's a really good connection there. So now back to the foundry, back to the logistics, and send all of those railgun slugs over to here because there's no point in having them on the foundry. Additionally, the bullets are probably. It'd be quite nice to take some off here and put them onto here, and just keep things a little bit balanced. Like that. But generally, that's probably all right. Okay, so back over here again. So we're going to need to go and find some precious metals. Are there any in this system? I don't think that. I don't know whether there are or not, actually. Got copper. Oh, and precious ore over here. You've got precious here as well, my precious. And on this asteroid as well. That might be quite a good one because it doesn't have other stuff to distract us. So I guess we'll fly the foundry over here, like that, which will be a bit of an interesting proposition, especially with the other ships attached to it. No, that's not too bad. We can fly it to here. Actually, whoa, no, I changed my mind. Let's stop this. Let's do a bit of rebuilding first, because I said I want this to be done differently, and I want it to be done very, very differently. So let's dismantle all of this rail all the way up here, and this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And the rest of this rail as well, all the way around here, like that. Did I miss a piece there? I have no idea. And that, and that, and that. Okay, so we pull all of that out. Then we go into the Editomatron, and we go, I would like a bit more hull, please. I would like my ship to be about, let's say this much wider. It's probably overkill, but I'd rather overdo it than underdo it. It's picked up some damage, or been repaired. It's been repaired from some damage at some point as well. Right, back inside the ship now. So, oh, that was meant to be hull as well. No, floor, sorry. That was meant to be floor. So all of this should be floor. Confirm. Those need picking up. That's fine. Then we can install... Why are those not being... Oh, did I not set... I didn't set them to be dismantled. There we go. Dismantle those. Then we can install mining lasers. I don't know how many I've got. It's several. 1, 2, 3. Then we'll put in a couple of drone bays. 1, 2. Okay, 3 drone bays apparently. And then we'll put in the rest of the mining lasers. Mining lasers, mining lasers. Didn't I have more mining lasers than this? Apparently not. Oh yeah, there they are. This is probably an excessive number of mining lasers, but never mind. Then we try and remember how on earth we had all of this set up before. And I think it was basically it was short robot arms over here going like this out of the 3 mining lasers. I'm switching over to schematic mode, I can't tell what's going on. Right, 3 short arms coming out of the out of there, and long arms. Why not? Oh, okay, sorry. How did I do this before? I don't know now because I've ripped it all up. But previously I had robot arms putting. Oh, I think I know what I probably did. I know what I probably did. Actually, I don't know what I did. In fact, I don't think I did do it like the way I'm about to do it. But this will work. So if I put short robot arms in there and there and there, and then put long robot arms in there and there and there, I can then run my unloading track round like this. Oh wait, better idea, like that. Install track. Okay, that's good. And then along here and down like underneath that, out there. Right, so this is going to be my belt that has all of the stuff on it. And then I'm going to have I've got a large crate. Because I think it's going to need to be a large crate. Full-size storage crate. Oh, it's still too small. Oh well, it can go there. With a short robot, short robot arm there. And then a couple of pieces of track there and there. Okay, and then we put in a couple of. Do we have smart robot arms? Is that how we did this? I think. How did I? There's a way to program the robot arms to tell them what you want them to pass over. And I've got short robot arm, and I thought there was a smart robot arm somewhere, but I don't seem to have any of those. Oh no, you just dump anything in and it'll work. So I'm going to program the storage crate to take logistics drones. Like that. And then I can just put a couple of short arms in along here. Yeah, smart robot arm, that was what I was thinking of, but I couldn't see any in the list, so I obviously didn't use them last time. But I don't need to, because the storage crate can only take one thing, so they're not going to unload other stuff into it. So, next up, down here, I will need. Can I fit in full-size storage crates? I probably can, actually. So I want to put in some more storage crates. I've got small storage crate. Oh, there's a storage crate. This is probably overkill, and I don't know if I'm going to need this much of all of these things, but I'd rather have too much than too little. So if I put those in, hopefully we'll now make another. We can now make another full-size storage crate, and I can put in a third one and a fourth one because we're going to need another one to do the other metal, the precious metals. So that means I'm going to need another smelter. I wish this was alphabetical, I really do. Which I don't think I've got. So let's buy a smelter. Or 2, or 3. Then I can put in another smelter in down here and more storage crates. Have I got another storage crate yet? Yes. The joys of construction rather. Right, so I get another storage crate in here, another one in here, and these will store. So you're going to store metallic ore. These are in metallic minerals. That's the one. These are in the correct order. So you're going to be copper minerals, and you're going to be tilium minerals, tilium ore, whatever it's called, tilium ore. That one. Right. So the crew should now. Yep, here they go. Here we go. They're all coming over to. What's going on over here? What are you guys doing? What's going on over here? I have no idea what's going on over here. What's happening on the temperatures? Okay, all the stuff's been thrown over here, and oh, we're still at battle stations. That's why. My bad. Okay, so we need to tidy all this stuff up. Okay, right, fine. As long as I found the problem, I don't mind. I don't mind too much. Right, how are we getting on? So none of this is powered, but that's fine. Over here we've got the storage crates that are being gradually filled up with all the things that they're supposed to have, so that's good. And we can get all of the processing and smelting and stuff happening up here. Next, that means I need to then reinstall my track, which comes from here all the way down here and past this one as well, and then comes over here and then goes up this column. Up along here, and yeah, I guess it's going to go around the outside of this one. That's fine. Up over here. Here. Added to there. And there's a down piece there. And a piece in there that for some reason didn't get placed. Right, there we go. There's a track now. So there's a piece up there that got missed as well. Pretty sure that one was there, but who can say for sure? Okay, so there's my track. That's going to carry all the stuff that gets gathered by the spaceship. The drones will get pulled out as they come back round here. I don't like that, actually. I feel that having the drones go all the way round just to then be fed back in here is a bit silly. So I'm gonna change this around a little bit. I'm going to dismantle some of that, and we're going to move. That doesn't need to be a full-size storage crate. That could be a small storage crate. We will install a small storage crate here, and then a short robot arm here, and more track. Oh, I need to dismantle that first, and then I can install some more track along here, and then program this one to store drones, which are under D. Are drones under D? No, they're rail for logistics drone. There we go. And then I nearly forgot, I need to put those robot arms in along here. I don't know if 3 is necessary, but I don't want them to miss any drones as they come past. There we go. So that should now... Oh yeah, and that rail needs finishing. Right, there we go. So that's going to carry the drone. The drones are going to get chucked back into the crate and then back out here. Why is there a piece of rail missing? Goodness sake. Probably because there was an inserter there before. But then, yes, these drone bays are going to get loaded with these long robot arms that are going to grab off this belt as the drones go past, and they'll be able to send the drones back out again, and we'll be able to unload the stuff the drones bring in onto the belt. The belt will bring them down here, and then I need another set of short robot arms over here, like that, and also like that, because I need to put in another storage crate there, and another smelter there, and well, they haven't been placed yet, so I can't tell them what I want them to do. You're set to logistics drones, that's fine. You're going to be set to precious ore. Like that. You are going to be set to cook. There's a piece of track there. You are going to be set to precious ore, like that. Cook that into precious metals. And then I need another storage crate. Blimey. Here. And apparently I'm using long inserters here for no apparent reason. So putting a robot arm there. And you are going to store precious metals. My precious metals. There we go. Okay. I think that is everything for processing all of the metals down. Now, my problem here is that I've got these two belts carrying metals and metal and copper, and that works fine using the long inserters to load up the fabricators. The problem is, as soon as you get a third thing, it gets a bit more difficult, and I've got a third and fourth things going on up here, and I'm not going to be able to put the psyllium crystals anywhere. That's potentially an issue. Hello, Sophia. What sort of interruptions do you mean? I don't know. Nobody else has said anything about interruptions, but they might just be being, I don't know, quiet about it. So I'm not sure. Right, link all that up for power. Link all that up for power. And that. And that. And that. Okay, it sounds like it is just you, Sophia, I'm afraid. Yeah, sorry, basically. And we're running out of metal as well. Got loads of copper and loads of tillium. Yeah, YouTube does always tend to have a bit of a delay. Oh, welcome, Shellbound Ghost. I see your first time talking here. Good to have you around. So I'm running out of metal a little bit. Copper I've got a decent amount of. Tillium I've got a decent amount of. So I wonder if I'm lucky. Yeah, here we go. There's metallic in that rock. Where's the one I was going for? I was going over here for the precious. I sound like Gollum. So we've got okay, well in that case we'll stock up on some metallic while we're here. And then go over and fetch the rest of it. I'll need to swing the ship round a little bit for that, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Oh, you're Totengeist, okay. Right. Well, welcome there as well. I mean, if you want to watch on both services, I will certainly not complain, because it just means more viewing, more watch stats, better watch stats for me. So that's going to keep me happy. Oh, I've got a pile of scrap metal, actually. We can make iron out of that. Have you got drones in? You've got... No, you've got no drones in for some reason. Where have all my drones gone? There's a piece of track there. There is stuff being carried... Are we auto-selling stuff that I don't want to auto-sell? I think we might be. Stargate. Yeah, we're not doing anything on the Stargate project at the moment. I mean, I say not that we don't want to... I don't want to sell. Let's get rid of that. That's not enabled, not enabled. Stargate actuator, right, we'll stop doing that, because we've finished those ones. Can I remove these entries? I don't think I can. Maybe if I do that and that and that and that. Don't sell the stable isotopes, we need those. In fact, don't buy metallic... Oh, that's already disenabled over there. So, confirm. Oh, no, don't. I don't entirely understand what I'm doing here. Right, food. We'll carry on buying food if we run out of it. I don't expect us to run out. We've got 13 at the moment, so that's fine. We have 0 water. Oh, it said right mouse button to remove. Okay, yeah, I'll take it back. You can remove these things. I'm going to stop buying metallic minerals. I'm going to stop buying that. Why, if we're buying below 5, why have we not bought some? I don't understand. FTL shows we can make. Oxygen we can... Again, I don't... maybe it's just all been bought from here or something like that. I don't know. Anyway. What's the Tillium crystal? Jeez. Oh no, I mean YouTube just tends to get behind because of the way it works. So I don't have proof of this, but I have a theory that when YouTube, when you watch something on YouTube, YouTube is designed for watching videos. So if there's a bit of a tiny hiccup in your connection, then YouTube will pause very briefly and go on to the next one. Oh, thank you for the resub, Sophia. Good to have you around still. 31 months. Holy moly, that's a long time. Thank you very much. Yeah, so YouTube, I think, will just pause the video for a short time. Ah, there's all my drones. Whereas Twitch, I think, because Twitch is designed for watching things live, Twitch will skip forward, so you'll just miss a couple of frames. So that means that if you're watching... if you're watching YouTube and that you have hiccups in your connection, it'll get more and more and more behind unless you try and catch up. If you're watching Twitch and and you have a bad connection, you will stay more or less in sync. You just don't see. You just might miss out on a few occasional. Where's that grabbing from? Oh dear. Heck. That's never going to get any drones. It's I have to admit it is a theory, but not something I'm absolutely certain about. But it sort of makes sense, and it seems to fit the evidence that I've observed over the time I've been streaming and stuff. You know what? I'm going to do this the dirty hack easy way. I'm going to move this drone bay, I think. Damn it! I'm a bit annoyed that I got that wrong. So get rid of that. Get rid of what are you even doing? Oh, you're loading into the drone bay. Okay, so take rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Then over here, I need to move all of that because I screwed up. And then we can put in the drone bay here, like that. And then we extend this track up the middle, like, I don't even know how far at this point. And then this one, so we get, okay, yeah, so this goes here and here and here. I need to dismantle that to remantle it. Get rid of that, and then install a piece of track there. Right, and then I can put in a long inserter. Robot arm goes here, like that, and a short one goes here. Right, there we go. Oh, and I can put that mining laser back in down here. Mining laser goes here. And then it's just a little bit of cabling, like that and that. Okay, right, that's fixed that screw up. Oh, and I can dismantle that. So now we can actually keep all of the all the drone bays in drones as they wish to be, and still unload them and all of the other sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly, regular. That was my cunning plan. Yeah. So if you set your playback speed to double speed, then you'll catch up a decent chunk, which is quite nice. What's that doing there? Oh yeah, I remember what that's doing there. You'll catch up, and then once you're caught up, then it'll drop back down to a single speed. So you need to keep doing it. You need to redo it every so often whenever you think your YouTube is lagging a bit. But yes, increasing the speed every so often to catch up should sort it out reasonably well. Unfortunately, we get all these boxes just lying around on the floor because I've got limited. I've set up some space up here to store stuff that is boxed, but if I make it bigger, then the guys start taking things out of these machines, and we just make more of them than I want, and it's all a bit silly. And so there's no good way to deal with random stuff, as far as I can tell, which is a little bit frustrating. Also, get rid of that and that, and no doubt just leave them on the floor because you're untidy. Okay, so we've got all four of these set up and in theory ready to go when we have some of the things that they require. If I now swing the ship round a little bit, can we just do this? Hopefully we can bring those lasers to bear on the metallic minerals. Yes, there we go. They've spotted them. Pew 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 pew. Oh no, the Procyon is gathering nuts in May. No, gathering things it wants. Cables. No, disconnect all of that. Stupid. Yeah, I should probably fly the Procyon away, but I don't want to. I kind of want them to be together so I can pass fuel across and stuff like that. Oh, that's another thing I should do. The foundry should be. Oh, actually no. The Procyon needs to unload any running out of fuel here. So the Procyon needs to unload the stuff it's been gathered, the hyperspace isotopes, that's the one. So all of that over there. And so does the Temptress. Temptress needs to get rid of all of that. Like so. All that can be then pumped into the foundry. And then we can pass fuel back the other way, except we can't because we haven't got any. We've used up all the fuel. So we need to make some more. Should we have a... That's an oxygen tank. We have a fuel tank here that has... Well, it's gradually emptying. Okay, so we need to make... Oh, and fuel... Ah, fuel is made out of the gas, the Metreon gas. Okay, so I need to go back to a nebula to carry on with this. And the nebula probably won't have the rocks I need to gather for other things I require. I might need to put more inserters along here. Well, I say need to. I'm going to put more inserters along here. Schematic mode, so I can tell what on earth I'm doing. So these can. So when you are harvesting large amounts of a thing, you can actually gather some of it. Yeah, the boxes lying around on the floor is very realistic. Yes, you're not. What are you guys doing? I'm not sure what they were doing, but I'm not sure that. I don't think that. What? What is going on here? So we're putting the ore into the crate. And then this guy's running around grabbing some of the ore and putting it back into the crate again. What are you doing, you lunatic? Where are you? Oh, there's another smelter over here. Maybe that's why. What are you? Why? What are you? What do you? Oh, because it wasn't running fast enough. You do scrap metal instead. That's a better idea. So there we go. We can turn the scrap metal that we bring over to here from the other ships into that. So speaking of, has the Procyon got any scrap? Yes, it has. It's got loads of scrap metal in it. So let's ditch some of the scrap metal. If we can find it. Scrap metal. All of this can go from the Procyon onto the foundry. What's he doing? Job security. Yeah, okay. He probably is doing job security. But still, we've got low fuel over here, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, actually. Yeah, we're about half full of that. I think we need to jump. Can we purchase fuel? Yes. Let's buy 20 of those because they're pretty cheap, and it'll keep the ship running. And I don't have an additional docking port. I could have sworn I put a... I do have an additional docking port. I'm just blind, apparently. We have a storage zone. It's over here. If we could just get the people to do the people things. Oh, and also over here, we don't have enough hyperspace isotope storage. Okay, well, I can increase that. That I'm okay with. That's me, my stupidity, not anyone else's stupidity. So that's hyperspace isotopes. We need a lot more storage space for that. There we go. Delicious hyperspace isotopes de la maison. And then, yeah, some of this fuel, I think I want to chuck onto other ships. So, fuel, we've got 20 here. So let's put these up to 10 each. That's most of the fuel I just gathered, admittedly, but we'll sort that out sooner or later. In the meantime, this crate is still only at 39 full because we keep taking it out and smelting it, and this box is only at 5. So yeah, we are basically using up the iron pretty much as fast as we're making it, which is impressive and also slightly alarming. I guess all of the building I've done has used up quite a lot of stuff. I've probably used up a load more rails. I've made a load of extra storage crates. Bought a smelter, that doesn't count. I've used some arms, so I've probably remade the arms as well. So we've got quite a lot of extra stuff has had to be made in order to catch up with all of that. So it's not too surprising that the storage crate over here is the amount of metal we've got is struggling a little bit. But we can turn some of this ship wreckage into more metal as well. I should do some research as well. Let's have another track speed research just because it sounds like fun. Right, but I think I think I want to go off to another to a nebula and start gathering fuel. What are you doing? Oh, you're bringing in water. Okay, fine. Be like that. I shouldn't need water, but apparently I do. Oh, we have an oxygen maker running. Okay, whatever. Right, let's jump out of here for now and go to where counts as I think that counts as nebula. That certainly counts as nebula. Let's go there. Split off the other two ships. We'll wait for the drones to undeploy because I don't want to lose them. Do I want to take the other ships with me? Probably not. I think we've transferred enough stuff back and forth over them. So there's the gas collector is over here, but it's not. Despite its name, it's not actually collecting gas anymore because I decided to retire it. This may have been foolish, but I decided that having this ship doing everything made more sense. It probably doesn't make more sense, especially if I can't gather any bits and pieces. If there's nothing to gather here, and there's no asteroids here. So actually, I probably should transfer the gas collecting back onto the gas collector. It's clues in the name and all that. I don't know though. It's a pain to try and transfer the radion gas, the metreon gas, between the gas collector ship and the foundry. So it's a lot easier if I could just gather it on here, refine it, then pump it straight down here and turn it into fuel. But then I suppose I could do that on the other ship as well. I could do that on the gas collector and have that refine it directly, turn it all the way into fuel. But then again, it's still the faff of having having to transfer the fuel onto these ships, and there's no automated way of getting a ship to fly over, pick something up, and then bring it over. And I suppose I could. What's the buy and sell price like? I could just have it automatically selling, making the fuel and automatically selling it, and then have my other ships automatically buying it. That seems ridiculous, but it totally could be done, and just pretend there's an automated system that's bringing it from one to the other. I don't like that idea, but I mean, I could do it. Metreon. Metreon, refined metreon, fuel. And that's going up, so that's working. The metreon gas is not filling up. The refined metreon is slowly filling up, so I need more gas collectors. Can I buy gas collectors here? I can. Let's have another 3 of them. If you sell it to yourself... Yeah, who knows is the short answer, I'm afraid. I don't think I don't think taxes have been simulated in this game yet. So, and I don't think arbitrage has been simulated either. I think buy and sell prices are, at least in the mode I'm playing in at the moment, I think buy and sell prices are always the same wherever you go. I've got 4 of these now. That and pipe for this. Oh, here it is. I'm just blind. There we go. Gas collector, gas collector, gas collector, gas collector. And let them charge up. Right. I don't think so. I think the buy and sell prices are the same. If I go in here and I say, well, let's have a look. A tank of fuel is 6,000, and if I sell it, a fuel is 6,000. Yeah, so there's no difference between buy and sell prices. So I could just sell stuff here and buy stuff in a different solar system, and it would make no functional difference. It would be as if I transferred it myself by magic. So yeah, I think it is a loophole, and I refer you back to my earlier comment about the game being early alpha. Also need more chemical labs because the refined metreon is starting to fill up now. The refineries are more than fast enough to keep up with the amount of gas being produced. So yeah, another chemical plant, chemical lab. Chemical lab. Put you in up there. I assume that's the right way around, given all the other ones seem to be the same way around. And then beeps. Nope, that is not the right way around. Stop it. Stop it. Ah. If I tell that to make fuel, and then look at it on the pipometron, it's the wrong way round, and I couldn't tell. Dismantle. Well, I kind of could. But chemical lab, rotate, put it in that way. Put it in, come on. Take it out, there we go. Put it there, put it back again, the other way around, mate. That's a good chap. Right. Then I can pipe into... Oh, I should run that one down there and that one up there, I guess. Oh, and a cable. Like that. And you are going to make fuel. Please power up. There we go. Right, so now this tank is... This is going... It's holding relatively steady. That's probably alright then. And this one is not filling up at all. Okay, I'm happy with that. What are you doing? You are doing nothing. Okay, so in the long run, I want this to unload fuel so that I can make a quantity of fuel and stop having to pump it into the... What do you do? You're a fuel loader. You're also stopped. What I would ideally like to do is have these loaders running when there's more than 5,000 in these tanks or something like that. So we fill the tanks up, make sure we've got plenty of fuel on this ship, and then... Oh, we've got too many stable isotopes. And then unload the thingamy. Sorry, my brain has gone flat. And then, yeah, unload the fuel out of the medium tanks when I have too much of it. Or rather, when I have plenty of it on this ship. So it only gets sent over to other ships or for sale or whatever when we have more than enough of it. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a thing. I suppose what I could do it very, very manually. So I could cut the pipe that goes from here to down there, and I could have this loader always putting it into bottles, and have this loader always taking it out of the bottles, and then the guys would carry it down by hand and transfer it from one to the other. But that seems a little bit silly, a little bit nonsense, and a little bit ugh. But not to put too fine a point on it. Don't know how I feel about that. What are these things? Oh, motors. Oh, and you're not plugged in. Right. Also, that then also comes back to I should just move all of this stuff over into the other ship, into this ship, and which is currently self-sufficient. Yeah, it's got food happening down here, and it's got water and air happening. It's got air happening over here. So this ship is self-sufficient. Yeah, I should perhaps move all of my gas processing back into the gas collector instead of having it here, and then every so often just fly over and transfer a load of fuel over, or just buy the fuel on the open market in the sort of as we're discussing. Both of which are kind of silly, but also both of which would kind of work. I like the idea of this ship being a bit more self-sufficient, but the thing is, you can't automate transporting stuff between different systems. I don't think. Is this a joke on it being the last Starship persistent? Well, I've destroyed quite a few more actually. We went out and did some fighting earlier, so there are certainly 2 less than there were a little while ago. I'll carry on doing my best to blow stuff up as and when it becomes appropriate. Ooh, got a decent amount of metal in there now. And a shortage of power there. I don't even know where the Tillium crystals are and what they're for. Okay, I'll put in a storage space for Tillium crystals and stable isotopes, because it's complaining about those. So I'll extend the stable isotopes like that. And also, I think I'll turn this off. We've got enough stable isotopes now. No, we haven't. We're going to need to carry on unloading them, because this needs them and they need to come over in bottle format. Which is a little bit annoying. What else do you need? You need energy coils and Stargate actuators. Well, the Stargate actuators are being made there. What are you making? You're making... Oh, you're making loaders. Ah, right. I have a cunning plan. I'm going to dismantle that and that. And therefore that and that and that. And then I can put in an assembly table there. And I can extend this track down here like that. And then a long inserter down here. Like that. And I think I need a short inserter as well, but I can't remember for sure. And then a long inserter on the other side, like that. And another small storage crate goes there. And you're going to make. Why can I not configure you? Okay, there we go. You're going to make. I have forgotten what it was. Stargate actuators? No, it wasn't actuators. Was it receive? I have forgotten. What are we supposed to be making at the moment? Stargate receivers. So you are to make Stargate receivers. You are to store Stargate receivers. And then we'll try and work out what I've forgotten for this stage, for this process. You need power like that. You've got power, you've got power. Right. Okay, so we'll bring over the hyperspace juice from here. You need frames, energy coils, and lenses. So you've got the... What are you doing? Why are you pointing in the wrong direction? Have I forgotten to power you? No, because you'd be complaining. Schematic mode. Have I got that short robot arm pointing the wrong way? I think I might have done. Let's dismantle it. And then let's remantle it. Short robot arm pointing that way, like that. Let charge up. Oh no, that is work. That's actually working. Okay, my bad. Apparently it was okay. Who knew? Okay, so that's going to now build the Stargate receivers. My concern is what happens when I do something else in these motors, because we don't have underground belts in this game, as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. I don't know what's going on, what's being stored up there, but I don't like it. Oh, metal ingots. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Oh, there's more in the middle. There we go. Yeah, so when I need to do something else and it requires motors, I don't know quite how I'm going to do that. Maybe repurpose on the machines up here, I don't know. But everything seems to take frames. But there's only this one and that one that take motors. So we shall see. Yeah, I think that might be what I end up having to do. Long inserting the motors out and then bring them back in again on somewhere else. Which is, as you say, hacky, but would work. Yeah. The next thing I need to do actually is make lenses, which is making out of precious metals, which is just straight up this one. So here we have the same problem again. I guess I can long inserter and short inserter and put them on the floor. I haven't even got any precious metals yet, so I don't know why I'm worrying quite so much about this, but I'm about to go and get some. So put in a robot arm here, which will drop them there, and then a short robot arm there. I suppose I'll put in a piece of track like that because I might need them for something else later. And then power, of course. So that'll make me some lenses, which can then be put into here, which will need another short inserter. And the other possibility with any of these things is to just do it by hand. I have a load of people wandering around who can take things from boxes or belts and put them into boxes and things. So it is certainly a possibility. But I'm a Factorio player. I'm trying to automate stuff. It's what I do. Yeah. Okay, fuel tanks are filling up nicely. I think when they're full, we'll jump back to the other system and start gathering nuts and gathering other useful things like precious metals, so I can make these lenses. And I've missed another cable out. Cabling stuff together is sort of trivial because you can just draw cables wherever you need them, but also slightly annoying because it's not automated, and it feels like it just might as well be automated. You might as well just have power everywhere, like on a Factorio spaceship. But you don't, so you have to go through and just set up all your cables manually. I don't feel it really adds anything. I suppose potentially you could, in theory, you could run different parts of your ship on different electrical networks. I don't think you would, but you could. So yeah, there is a sort of a possible use for it, but it's not a very good one. Yeah. Okay, we're about half full on fuel there. Interestingly, we've not had any more plot-related missions pop up yet. Let's have another look at the Stargate thing. So we need to make the receivers, the capacitors, and the Tillium crystals. Now I have 70 Tillium crystals or something, so let's just sell all of those. Tillium. Yeah, just sell them all. Why not? We can get them shipped out. We'll need to go and get more Tillium, of course. 70 is not enough to finish the job, but we can at least get some of it unloaded onto a shuttle. And it'll keep the guys busy while we're waiting for the fuel to get gathered. I do have quite a lot of people on this ship. They're also standing around being sort of pretending to be busy. And yeah, I've automated most of it. It's just every so often we have a ship come in or something like that, and then a load of donkey work needs to be done. I suppose I could put track down across here or inserters to grab off there and put onto a track, but most of the stuff that gets brought in is probably a better word, it doesn't necessarily go into a nice neat storage place. It's probably going to be building materials or something like that, and I don't want those to just sit on a track because I don't think the guys would take from a track. Why are some of them going around the bottom? I have no idea. By the time all this has been unloaded, we're going to have made some more Tillium crystals out of the Tillium ore in here, but never mind. Excuse me. All right. How are we getting on? Right. So yeah, that's been shipped out. That means we're going to there we go. We've already done 56 of the 250 Tillium crystals for the Stargate. So that's going to be quite easy. It's just going to be a case of parking the ship in the right place so that we can build up enough Tillium in order to produce the Tillium crystals we need and sell them on. Similarly, the Stargate receivers, I've got. What's wrong with it? Why is it not running? Oh, it's not got the lenses. Oh, it was something else. It was the Stargate herbadurbas that required this stuff. All right, let's put in another assembly table then and see how badly things are going to go here. So put you in there. And also, actually, we're going to need another small storage crate. Goes here. And that means we're going to need at the very least, we're going to need a robot arm there to take stuff out of it. And then I need to look at this and find out what it's actually going to be doing. So here we're going to be making the Stargate capacitors, which is an energy coil, an actuator. Are you the actuator? You're the actuator. Damn it. And stable isotopes. Oh. So actually, how can I do this in a way that isn't horrible? So I could take the actuators out of here, bring them down on a belt, and bring them in over here. But that's kind of horrible. Although I was going to say this may be temporary. It may be temporary. It may not. Let's do that, even though it's a bit horrible. Let's make some spaghetti. So I have a short robot arm there and a short robot arm there. And then we'll have track coming down here. If you could actually just build all the pieces of track I've asked for, that would be lovely. There we go. And then a little bit more power for everything as usual. Like that. And oh yeah, you need to make. Oh no, you're already making. Oh no, you're not. And then we need another long inserter over and some more track over here. So we have a robot arm like that, and track like... No, that's wrong. Track like that, and that shouldn't be there. That should be... That should be a robot arm here. It was coils, wasn't it? I'm not going mad. Yes, coils, actuators, and isotopes. Right, so there we go. We're going to have the... the coils are being brought down on the belt. The isotopes are being brought over from here, and the actuators are being brought in here. So that should now work, and we should be able to start making the capacitors. I need to set that to store Stargate capacitors. Why are you doing that by hand, you weirdo? See this thing here, this robot arm? Have I got that in the wrong way around? I don't think so, but let's find out what happens when this one... No, okay, no, it is working. It's just him being weird for funsies. Okay, then, I can cope with people being a bit... I can cope with my guys being weird. They do it often enough. So, that is now all of the things I need, and we've got Tillium crystals being tillimated over here, so that's running nicely. We've still got 5 Tillium more left, so it'll carry on going for a little bit longer. And we've got a decent amount of metallic minerals left as well. Those have held up better than I was expecting. The fuel is up to 2/3 full. That's not too bad. I really should just transfer all of this off onto the other ship and then maybe transfer stuff over through the magic of economics, or maybe do it properly. Either way, though, it sort of doesn't matter. I just probably should be doing it. Big Martha. That's an interesting ship design. I quite like it. It's just full of fluid tanks. So this is a tanker ship. That's awesome. I mean, you can't pump stuff out of a ship. You can't pump a fluid out of one ship into another. If you could, that'd be even more awesome. But it's still kind of cool. Right. Can we have some manoeuvring, please? Oh, do we not have... We don't have manoeuvring thrusters on this ship, so it's going to have to be this ship docking with the other one, which is wonderfully ridiculous. I'm going to have to make the factory dock with the transport ship. Yes, that is as ludicrous as it sounds. For what is essentially a massive square factory, it's sort of manoeuvrable. But I suppose in space it's relatively easy to be manoeuvrable. All you need is thrusters on every side of your craft, and it can go wherever you want. There's no need to worry about weight or anything like that. It just might get there a bit slowly. It's a bit like moving a cruise ship around, or a container ship around. You have the thrusters on the sides, and they can very gradually move a ship. In fact, I believe it's possible to move a surprisingly, in calm water at least, it's possible to move a surprisingly large ship just by pushing or pulling on it. I've never tried with anything particularly big, but you can move a lot more weight than you expect to be able to, because there's not as much resistance as you would expect. I think. Might be making this up. It's possible. There we go. Now we're docked. Okay, so what I'm going to do is dismantle all of this, and this, and this. Send them all over into this ship and try and fit them in. Yeah, good point, Regular. Yes, you're quite right. That is exactly how a canal works. Although sometimes you might use something other than just people for pushing the boats around. Something with a little more horsepower, should we say, or donkey power, or whatever. How full are you guys? Nope and nope. Okay, well in that case I shall dismantle those as well. Boink, boink. Right, now we go back over to the logisticizer. And we say, okay, there is a load of stuff we want to send over. We want to send over some tanks. Let's send 4 tanks over. One for unprocessed, one for processed, and 2 for fuel, because why not? There, and then we need gas collectors, all of them, and refineries, probably all of them. Chemical labs, maybe 4. 4 might be a number. 5. 5 is also a number. That might be it. Oh, and we'll need a loader. There might be one over there already. We'll find out. Send a couple over just in case. Yeah, I was thinking there might be a loader on the gas collector already, but I am honestly not sure. So let's. Oh, and some tanks over here already. Even better, and a loader. Let's dismantle that loader because it's in the way. What are you bottles? Stargate resin. Okay. Of arbitrary numbers. Okay, so now I want to install gas collectors. Why can I not rotate it? That's odd. I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I can just put them in like this. Which I think I probably did before. Can't fit it in there. How many more of these have I got? I've got another 4 as well. So, I'll just have a second row of them along here like this. There we go. Then we need the refineries. I don't know which way up these should go. Let's put 1 in and then find out which way up it goes. See if that's right or not. And I need pipes and power. So let's do power first because it's easy. Like that and like that. And then pipes, which are actually, to be honest, not exactly difficult. So those are all already piped in. That's excellent. So I can run that along there and up there. No, not there. Run that across there. There we go. So there, they've got the gas being collected there. And then I don't need any of that pipe at the moment. This refinery chap is... oh yeah, he needs to be programmed. So I want you to refine Metreon. And then I want to go over to the build pipes again. And yes, okay, that's the right way up. Excellent. So I can now just link that down to there. And all the way across there like that. And then that down to there and all the way across there like that. And now I can install more refineries. Like that, 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 that. And then all of these. No, put the refinery back in. I was trying to program it, not remove it. So I could do that. And then chemical labs. I'll put 1 in here and then decide if it's just check if it's the right way around. So you guys are going to be doing the Metreon gas, Metreon gas, Metreon gas. Like this. Like so. You are going to be making fuel. Guys, that's the other thing. I might want it to make might want to make explosives out of this stuff at some point, because for making ammunition and such likes. So that's also a concern. I'm going to have Metreon on the top or fuel on the top. Let's find out. Hey, it's the right way around. I'm honestly shocked. Now we can install some more chemical labs and follow the pattern. I don't know if these ratios are right. I kind of don't care. It'll work. Okay, and then I need some more. I need another tank for the fuel. Got a lot of medium tanks. Put that in there and pipe it in like so. Now I don't really want to connect to this tank up here. I don't think. I want to just connect this to a loader and have them unload it. Actually, no. Let's put the load. I don't really want the fuel to be stored over here either. Okay, let's put. Right, let's be smart about this. Let's well, firstly, let's remove this storage area here. Can I just remove the whole thing? No. Do it like this. Remove the Metreon gas storage there. What I want to have now is I want to have fuel storage. No, storage for fuel like this. I can't put it in there. Okay. All this area can be fuel. Let's join them up for fun. Like that. In fact, the cargo storage area probably should be somewhere else. Miscellaneous cargo. Put that down in here. And then all of this can be fuel. There we go. And then I can put in a pair of loaders over here. Like that. And then run one of them off this pipe. And then the other one, yeah, I'm just going to run the pipe around the edge of the ship just to keep it. Massive ship comes through there. Great. Around across here like this. So it's out of the way of the other one. And then I'll dismantle that loader. And then over here... No, can't. Fail. Control Z, Control Z. Then put this one in here like that. And you, I want to put fuel into bottles. And I want you to take fuel out of bottles. So we'll pull the fuel out of this tank, put it into bottles here, which will then go into the storage space here, and then we can put it into this one, and that'll make sure this tank over here stays full, and we can always keep running these reactors, and the ship doesn't run out of power or fuel or energy or whatever. That means I also then want to get rid of this storage space, and I kind of want to get rid of the Stargate resin, I think. I'm not really sure how to get rid of it, though. Let's get rid of the storage for it at least and worry about it another time. So do that. It can all go down to the cargo space down here and be forgotten about. Oh, that's fine. Okay, and yeah, so now this is generating fuel. So how are we doing on the various different things? So we've got no Metreon gas. We've got lots of refined Metreon gas. So it's actually the refineries are faster than needs to be. The gas collectors are slower than the refineries. The refineries are faster than the chemical labs. And the chemical labs are, unsurprisingly, slower than the loaders over here that are just dumping into there. So I think given that... Oh, wait. Only one of these chemical labs is running. That's why they're faster. So you can make fuel. You can make fuel. You can make fuel. You can make fuel. There we go. I did not program all the labs regular. You're quite right. So how's that now holding up? It is going down quite quickly. All right. Fine. If I want to expand this, I will need to put in more gas collectors. But I suspect if I just sort of look away for 10 minutes, I will find that suddenly, or if I look away and then by the time I remember that this ship exists, it'll probably be completely full of fuel over here. The tank will be full. Let's stick in another couple of tanks because I've got them and they're much denser storage than the other things I've got. So this can go in like that. And I'll pipe them together. They're the opposite way around, but I don't care. Okay, so we've got a load of storage space for fuel here now, but we're still going to be chucking loads of it out into the bottles, and they can be put out over here. Okay, so that's a bit nicer now. The main downside of what I've done is that I can't make explosives, but I wasn't making them anyway. It was a thing that I was aware that I would at some point want to do, but I'm not currently doing it. Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped? There's plenty of coils, there's plenty of actuators, there's plenty of stable isotopes. Is this full? Oh, this is full, that's why. Oh, sweet. Right, in that case, let's offload some Stargate capacitors, Stargate receivers, and trillion crystals. Just, yeah, get all that. 1.4 million. Wow. I'm quite surprised I haven't been shouted at by, what's his face, the industrial bloke, because I've been selling loads and loads of stuff to the Stargate project and not been giving him any money. And he normally gets a bit complaining about that because I owe him money. Or did I finish? Was the mission completely finished? Let's have a look in the contracts. Show completed. That was part of Deep Space Industrialist Part 2. I've completed that. Oh, okay. He's waiting for them to have then released the manifest for the next phase. Fine. I'll just carry on working on this because it's an interesting thing I can do. Fine. The quest did get reworked, yes. I don't know. It's possible they've got broken. But I don't know. And this does seem to be working towards the Stargate project. You can see the things filling up over here, so it's kind of working. But Yeah, maybe it's broken that chap's work. Yeah, maybe it's broken his functionality. I don't know. It's a bit strange, a bit weird. Alright, so what's going on over here? There's a loader here that is not doing anything. Okay. And we're storing some fuel down here, and there's another loader that's not doing anything. Let's dismantle it, because it's in a silly place. I want to use up this fuel. That's not going to happen. Oh, actually, it's going to happen if this is turned off. This is turned. Both loaders are turned off. So yes, we will eventually. That medium to oxygen tank has run out. Let's dismantle that then. So we will eventually burn through all of this fuel and then have a. I'm not going to say we're going to have a crisis, but we'll have burned through all the fuel. That's probably. So, and at that point, I can move these tanks around without wasting everything. So that's going to be okay. Dismantle that as well. I think I need to go back to the home base and start loading up on stuff, and then at some point I can send a freighter over to collect an enormous quantity of fuel from this ship, which is currently collecting gas and has made 6 cans of fuel. Ha ha ha. 7. There's one hidden in the. Oh, that's Metreon gas. What are you doing there? I have no idea. Oh, it's the one I'm trying to sell. Right, so let's take the foundry back to reality. No, back to NG0, because I know there is some. There is all of the resources I need, or at least most of the resources. I'm not sure if there's tritium, but we can get the rest of it and get started on producing these things, the ones that require lenses. It would help if I actually had the infrastructure in place to bring the lenses down, of course. So let's put in some more track. Right, okay, so it's going to have to come to here. And here. And then... What does this actually need? Frames, energy coils, and lenses. So it genuinely needs all 3 of these things. So in order to get that to work, I'm going to have to put in a long robot arm here, like that, and block the frame route. That's not going to work. There's no other way to get that to work. Maybe maybe the answer is to bring some of the resources down the other side or something like that. So rather than bringing the lenses down here, I could bring the lenses down over here. But then you have the problem of unloading things into the storage crates. I'm not quite sure how best to do this. I guess it'll just have to be. I'll practice my spaghetti, and we all know that I'm not going to say I'm good at spaghetti. I'm going to say that spaghetti often happens. Maybe the way to do it is a sushi belt. So you have your end things being picked up from here, and the rate these arms swing at, you probably could put a bit of everything onto the sushi belt. Run it down and run it back up again and load the things back into these boxes. Be fiddly, but I imagine it'll probably work. Zip. May have to go for a sushi belt system if I redesign this at some point in the future. Oh, we haven't jumped. Jump. Forgot about that. I forgot you have to actually push the button to do a hyperspace jump. Right, where are we? In the middle of nowhere. So what do we need? We need precious ores. We need tritium. Precious ores and copper. Yeah, we need both of that. We need both of those. Let's fly to here. See how much copper we actually get from being parked next to the precious. Precious. Also need tritium. We'll probably need more iron at some point. There is iron somewhere in the system. What are you? Oh, Tillium, sorry. There's a load of Tillium over there. I could go and get that. The other possibility is to make a... and there's some iron over here. The other possibility is to make another mining ship. Oops. And have it Where's my ship? Go back to the foundry. There we go. Another possibility is to have another mining ship and have it carry stuff over to this one. But given the way that transfers are very much done by hand, I kind of don't want to. I'd rather have things a bit more automated, even if it means I only have the one ship that's doing everything, and I have to fly it from patch to patch. Yeah, well, a sushi belt. I think a sushi belt system would probably work. I could have. I think these inserters are just about slow enough that, I'm pretty sure they're slow enough that I could have one belt that runs past all of these along here, and have the inserters dropping all the resources onto it, and then loop it back round and unload them back into the into the boxes up here, and then to unload them again. I think that would work. It'd be kind of gross, but I think it would work. How far am I going? Okay, over to there. My velocity is a whole 3. Maybe I should put another engine on this ship. Do I have another engine I could put on this ship? Let's have a look. What are they called? I don't seem to have another engine to put on this ship. That's a shame. No, doesn't look like it. Oh well. I mean, by the time I've ordered one, it'll... Let's order another 2 engines and put them on the ship, because it is kind of slow at the moment. So trade, propulsion, what are they called? Engine. They're actually called engines, and they're 200 grand each. I think I was on about 4.5 grand at the start of this run, though. Start of this stream, though. So I've made about 2 million, and very little of that was made from actually going off and doing the traditional style missions. Nearly all of that money has come from doing the doing the Stargate stuff. So we'll carry on with that. Although thinking of, is there any junk on this ship that I don't need? Thrusters are useful. Docking ports are mildly useful. Track is useful. FTL bullets. I've got quite a lot of those. We'll hang on to them anyway. They are useful. Food I've got quite a lot of. Let's get rid of these things because they've been... You're not supposed to be holding this stuff. That's too many seeds. We don't need that many. You don't need twice as many spacesuits as you have crew. You do need the rest of it. Okay, so we've made about 13 grand from salvaging stuff. Although part of that is because I've kept all the bullets and the shells, so you know it's not entirely fair. But then on the flip side, we've had a fairly high costs from that because we've been using the shells up. So I think that's fair enough to say yeah. I don't think going out and doing piracy is enormously, or not even piracy, going after pirates is enormously profitable. Right, so there we go. We're now starting to harvest the stuff. It looks like it is all precious. It is all the preciouses that we are harvesting at the moment. We're not harvesting any of the copper that's over here, despite there being some copper over here. I might be able to specify. Oh, I can. Sweet. You attack that. And you attack that. There we go. So yes, we can harvest both copper and thingy and precioussium. Stop. There we go. Oh, stop. I keep pressing escape to try and get out of the out of the what do we call it view, the tactical view. When it's either T or no, it is T or clicking on the button or something like that. It's not escape. That takes you to the main menu. I don't know if you can put engines on the side. You've got thrusters, which are the ones that are designed for manoeuvring. I don't know whether you could put engines on the side. It's an amusing idea. Yes, I straight up haven't tried. Maybe I should. Alright, so there we go. We're now stocking up. We've got one copper has made it into... Well, no, I take that back. There is one copper in the box here. Some of it is cooking, and some of it is in the output box on the other side. So we've got a grand total of 7 in there, so we'd like to have a bit more than that. Oh, interesting. I assume the little crystals are one... that's 3 pieces, and that's 5 pieces. So if it's more than about 4, then it shows up as a little rocky chunk. 4 or 5. And if it's fewer than that, then it shows up as a little crystal things. That's quite nice. Sort of almost adorable. Right, so down here we've got 23 precious ores in this box, or precious ore minerals in this box. I think there might be stacks of. I don't think those. I think they might be. Yeah, it's a number of stacks of the item. So it's a third full. And then over here we've got 5 stacks of precious minerals built up in here. So yeah, we've got a little bit more gathering to do from here. But what are you? Did you see what that guy did then? He caught one of the lenses, got unloaded onto the rails, and he grabbed it off the rail and put it back into the box, like some sort of muppet. Oh, maybe he's consolidating a stack. Yeah, that's a possibility, actually. Yeah, maybe it's some sort of consolidation. But you'd think it would consolidate automatically in a box. Maybe it doesn't actually, given there's some guys faffing around with these boxes over here. Yeah, maybe they are consolidating stacks. You could be right. My research has stopped. I can tell because my scientists are all wandering around. Oh yeah, drone speed sounds useful. I feel like I'm going to run out of research to do quite soon. But oh well, never mind. Oh, we've got another full box of Stargate capacitors, so let's sell those off. And Stargate receivers as well, let's sell them off too, why not? And how are we doing with the Stargate? Capacitors, again, there's quite a long way to go on all of the stuff required here, so I'm just going to leave these machines running, that's fine. And even if I do overbuild, I can still sell them, so it's not going to, nothing actually gets wasted in this game. We just might have to, we can just end up selling it for money. And you notice that was another 1 million, so I'm really raking in the cash now. So it's got to that. I've noticed this is one of those games, and there seem to be quite a lot of those around, where money is a problem sort of near the start, as you're just trying to get established, and then at a certain point you suddenly just have enough of it, and it's no longer, and it stops being an issue. You can basically do whatever you like. I've been playing a little bit of Balatro. I bought that while I was away on holiday, which is a sort of, it's a, how best describe it? It's a sort of it's a cross between poker and a roguelike. So it's a sort of deck builder with poker, but you have jokers and things that do all kinds of crazy special powers and stuff like that. But again, that one's similar. Early on, you're very, very short of money. But if you put any effort at all into actually making money, then by the time you're about halfway through the game, you've got enormous amounts of it, as long as you're not throwing it around crazily. And I think, to be honest, I'm perhaps not throwing it around crazily enough, and I should be trying to generate more money than I should be trying to spend more money than I am, but I'm naturally fairly tight-fisted, I'm afraid. Okay, so the mining is going. I think the limiting factor is probably the lasers here, because there isn't the sort of cloud of shrapnel you sometimes get around with bots skittering around to grab all of it. But this is probably okay. Hey, my scientists are all being lazy, even though there's research to do. Maybe this is a no-scientist research. I don't know. I don't know how to understand this system. But the research is happening, so I don't really care. Yeah, so we've got the gathering of the metals going on here. The other ships are probably basically reasonably happy. How full is the gas collector? Okay, it's filling up. Things are happening over here. This seems to be all right. And if I want it to go faster, then I need to put in another rank of perhaps another 8 gas collectors, because that's the limiting factor at the moment. Meanwhile, lenses are starting to back up. In fact, all the assembly tables do seem to be significantly slower than the fabricators, which is probably quite good, because I've got a lot of different things running off the stream out of a single fabricator. So I'm okay with that. That's probably that's absolutely fine. So far we've made 9 capacitors and 11 more receivers. I think that means it's time to look at something else. If we go back to the Procyon cruiser, all right, let's plug it back in so we can get the bots back on board. But we also want to fly away from this rock before we accidentally harvest all of it. And the Temptress can come with us as well. Right, so what's next is my big question at this point. I guess the logical thing to do is to have a look in the contracts, hide all of these ones again. So there's some delivery missions, but I mean, the thing is, these are all such small amounts of money. It almost doesn't feel worth it. We've got an armoured thugs down here. That's a difficulty rating of 7. That's probably a little bit dangerous. Or I could try and improve the combat readiness of my ships. That might be an interesting thing to do. Okay, so let's have a look at the temperatures. I was talking earlier about putting a lot more engines on this ship and possibly having a load of rear-firing railguns, so you can just run away from people and pelt them with railguns from extreme range. It definitely needs more engines, though, so let's do a bit of work on that. So I'm going to start off by dismantling these rear thrusters. I will put them back again, don't worry. So we'll do that, and then I shall go over to the Editomatron, and we'll have some hull that goes across there like that. So we'll make the ship a little bit bigger, a little bit squarer across the back. And then build it out a bit further over here as well, like that. And then if I just sort of start going... Can I put in triangles along here, like this? Will that form a nice sort of triangular shape here? Let's find out. No. I don't know how to put triangles. I don't know how to do these sort of triangular shapes then. No, I have no idea. Anyway, inside, I then want to fill all of this up with flooring. At least... Oh, I'm on freehand because I was fiddling with things. At least this much of it, like that. Oh yeah, you're right, I missed a square. Another 600 for that, and then I want to armour it all because this is a combat ship. Oh, and I want to repair it as well. There is a repair button. Look at that. There is a repair button, it turns out. So we'll do that. And I think that's everything I wanted to do. And I've got a little bit more floor space back here for putting extra engines in. I was considering. Actually, there's not much space there. Actually, let's put a little bit more floor across there. I was considering having engines all the way across the back, but I'd have to move the reactors and the fuel tanks. But let's leave that mode. The reactors are easy enough to move. I could have... I've got more thrust. Oh, those are the thrusters I just took out. That's fine. I could put another rank of reactors on this side over here to balance these ones. That feels quite good, actually. And then maybe move that fuel tank. My worry is, if I move a fuel tank, do you lose what's in it? And I don't know. But let's install... Oh, no, let's dismantle those 2 reactors. And then as soon as they're available, I'll put them back in again so we don't run out of power. So I want to have reactor, reactor, and then I think I need to purchase another reactor. So we'll have one of those. Thank you. And we'll put that in down here. So those thrusters will be moved up here. That's fine. Then I need more engines as well, actually. Engines. Well, I'll take all 3 of them. I think I actually want 4, but 3 is a start. And then over here, I want a pipe running down here with the fuel and a pipe running down here with the power. And then we can install a... Where are my parts? Can I have my parts, please? I've just bought stuff. Could we, unload it? What's going on? Low water as well. I mean, you're supposed to be self-sufficient on water. You see over here, we've got this... No, this hasn't got this hasn't got recycling for water. Right, does it have habitation? Yes, it does. It's all the way back here. Okay. I think the habitation needs to be extended up here. Not for the sake of habitation, but so that I can now fit in the resource recycling. Logistics? Right, let's try and make it self-sufficient. So we want hydroponics. We want Don't need an oxygen load. I don't need that. Is it habitation probably? Would like an air duct. No, we've got an air. We've got the air processing. I would like to have a sewage pipe, a waste treatment machine, a water purifier, and I think we've already got the air reprocessor. I don't know if we've got a ladder yet. We'll put one in anyway, and I think that should be everything we need. It does indeed need a poo pipe. That's what I'm trying to put in at the moment. Right. So while we're waiting for that, have we now got all these bits and pieces we needed? Did I not buy all that extra? Oh, they're my engines. Put one there, 2, 3, and fuel pipe, and cable. Right, there we go. There's a bit more thrust capacity for this ship. The engines are as symmetrical as I can make them, given that there was a shortage of them available here. When I get the opportunity to buy another engine, don't worry, then they will be symmetrical. No, not that bit. Oh well. Oh, that's all right. Yes, I do want to buy an additional engine and put it up there. I just haven't got one at the moment in order to do so. Thrusters need to be put back in. Thrust, like that, and like that. And they're going to need power as well, because everything needs power. Yes, I have every intention of putting in another engine here, and maybe another 2 in the middle as well to make everything symmetrical. I've just noticed there's a piece of hull missing here, like that. Let's put that in. There we go. Right, now back to construction. So install, I want to install the sewage pipe. Put it here. Then from that we need to go into a waste treatment machine. And then into a water purificator, like that. And then into a hydroponics garden, like that. Then we... Oh, and in a water tank as well, probably. Pipe goes from there to there, pipe goes from there to there, pipe goes from there to there. And we also want to install a tank. We don't have a tank. How do... Fancy not having a tank. A small tank. No, a small tank probably won't be enough because we will have... Yeah, put in a small tank, whatever. This shuttle seems to be stuck here for some reason. But that does mean I'm getting... things. I was going to say it means I'm getting things delivered quickly. It doesn't because I haven't got... Oh, there's a small tank. I am getting things delivered nice and quickly. So put that in there. Additional pipe there. And cable goes across there. Okay, so these should now all kick in pretty damn quickly. We need a little bit of space for seed storage. Storage of seeds. Seeds. In here like that. And then, to be honest, we should be able to just start... Oh, I need to buy some seeds, don't I? One stack of seeds will do. And we'll get that running later. Okay, so the water tank will gradually fill up. The hydroponics will gradually produce food. We'll gradually get water out of here. We've got recycling if it's going on there. Right, that should just work, TM. That's a lot of seeds. I didn't realise I'd bought that many seeds. Okay. Oh, actually, let's put in a... let's also put in this spacesuit. A couple of spacesuit pods, because that'll allow me to recharge the spacesuits, because that one's at 98%, for example. That one's at 97%. And I think I should probably have a specific storage place for the spacesuits. Because there's a lot of just generic miscellaneous storage on this ship, and that's not quite how we want it to be. So we can now install the 2 spacesuit pods. These are going to need a connection to the oxygen supply, aren't they? Which is this one that runs all the way down the spine of the ship. So that's fine. Put them in up there, and then we can have storage for spacesuits up with those spacesuits. There we go, like that. And pipe the oxygen in like so. I sort of hope they will automatically put the suits into the pods and charge them up. They don't appear to have done. But they've got the opportunity now, at least. Oh, yeah, low water. Yes, you're right. There is 26 on here. I think that's because it's all in here. And working its way through. So I'm cautiously optimistic that once we've dealt with all of the waste products, should we say, we'll have plenty of water available. I'm not certain of this, but I am cautiously optimistic. I could buy some more, I suppose, just in case. Why is this shuttle still here? What are you waiting for? One reactor. Why are you waiting for a reactor? Did I sell a reactor by mistake? Let's purchase 2 reactors and see what happens. Right, one has appeared there. Yeah, okay. So I must have accidentally sold a reactor that I didn't have because I installed it like that. Oops. These guys are food, aren't they? Yeah, that's food. So we've got loads of food, and we're going to start growing more of it eventually. Okay, I think this ship is in reasonably good shape. It's going to be capable of sort of maintaining itself again now. So I do want to put another engine on the back. Oh, there's another one. Yoink. Let's have that. I'll stick that in over there. Okay. So, how are things going on over here? What have we made? We've made 36 capacitors and 36 receivers. I probably should have used large boxes for these in hindsight, but never mind. Get rid of all of those. Confirm. How is the mining going? Pew, 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 pew. Copper box is not full. Precious ore box is full. Okay, so we want to stop harvesting. Yeah, we probably want to stop harvesting the precious minerals at this point. Copper is not full, however, so let's switch over to tactical. And how do I tell them all to attack the... Oh, we've run out of copper here. I think we might have. Okay, it is time to go then. Let us go to down here where there's more copper. If we get a bit more precious metals in, I don't think it's a problem because this isn't quite full yet, which means we're still going to be taking a little bit out of here. But I'm a little bit concerned that we are just going to have a belt full of precious metals. That said, we're turning them into lenses. The lens box is full, but we are then turning those lenses into Stargate receivers. So maybe we'll get through them. We shall see. And now over here, yes, this looks like we're now gathering copper, which is good because that's what we actually want. There are precious metals available over here as well, so we may end up accidentally gathering some of them, but I think the mining lasers are concentrating on the copper patch, which is good. Yeah, I could auto sell the Stargate components. I've done that before, and it tends to you tend to end up overproducing them a little bit. Not that that's a problem; it's a good way of making lots and lots of money. Yeah, in fact, there's quite a lot to go yet. So yeah, all right. Let's set them up to auto sell. How do we sell above 1? Confirm. So receiver, sell above 1. Confirm. Yeah, let's do that. I was thinking, what's that big spray of blue stuff? Oh, it's one of the drones turning round. Silly things. Alright, so that's loads of copper being produced. I still need to go over and gather massive quantities of tilium. We have 1 tilium crystal at the moment, and that's not really enough to do anything useful with. But I want to stock up a bit on the on copper first, because if we look in here, oh, actually that box is full. That box is not full. So we're doing, yeah, we are halfway there, I guess, because we filled one of the crates and we're sort of in the process of filling up the other one. Yeah, it's going. I'd say it's going pretty well. We just need to gather a bit more copper, and then we can head over to where was the Tillium? It was really obvious because there's a massive cloud of stuff here, all the way over here to get the Tillium ore. But at least everything seems to be available in this in this system, which is quite useful. Yeah, all the lasers are targeting that one patch of copper minerals. I don't see any sort of indication of how much is left in that patch. I was going to say maybe they're just infinite, but I thought we plundered all of the copper ore out of this one. I'm not sure, but yeah, we can hit this one quite hard. Yeah, the amount in there is gradually going up. It's got to sort of yes, it keeps getting transferred out and being cooked, but I think we are gradually filling this crate up. 38. I think it was at high 20s when we first shifted over to here. So that's going pretty well. Oh yeah, research complete. Unfortunately, I've nearly run out of researchers to research, but we'll do what we can. There's only one more after this, and I don't think I'm going to find any more to do, which is a bit of a shame. I guess at that point I sell all of the research equipment up here and sack the scientists and save a little bit of money, because obviously I'm really, really short of money at the moment. I feel like the economy in this game is a bit messed up. The Stargate project produces crazy amounts of money, and even with all the purchasing and building I've been doing, I've made 4 million during this stream. And the other missions, the little missions you can go off and do, these ones, there's not a huge amount of variety. I suppose I could do this one, but then it only earns me 30,000. I get a lot more than that for digging up 60 Tillium ore, or maybe I take this one and then all 3 of these, mine it anyway and sell it and just sell it off. In fact, let's do that. Let's take that one and that one and that one. It says go to NG7. I don't think it actually matters where you do it. So we'll take those 3. And then once we've got a decent amount of copper, which is now 51, that is a fairly decent amount, to be fair. I think we can get a bit more out of it, though. There's still quite a bit of precious ore on the on the belt going round and around here. Rather than going into the well, it can't go into the storage crate because we're not using it fast enough. Apparently, we're not making these things fast enough to churn through it. Okay, that's enough. I'm impatient, and it's a long flight to the Tillium. So if we fly you over here, boop, then you can go over there and start harvesting. In the meantime, I feel like I should be doing something else with my other ships. How's the gas collector getting on? Have you made some fuel? You have made some fuel. Lovely. Basically, when this area fills up with fuel bottles and all these tanks fill up, then I'm going to go, oh, maybe I should come over and actually empty that out, put it all into the foundry, and it can distribute it to the rest of the fleet. But in the meantime, I don't really feel the need to. Are any of these remotely interesting? That's a 7, which kind of scares me. That's a 5, which is less scary, and that's a 5 too. I could go out and do some more combat. I can't really be bothered, to be honest. A couple of rescuing civilians is probably a good. Let's do a couple of those. We've not done any of this for a while, so we'll take one of those and take one of those, and none of these go to the same place. Okay, so we'll just that'll do. Clear off from here. So we only need the Procyon for this. It's got loads of storage space. It's got loads of habitation space, so we can pick up we can do all of these missions in one go, I reckon. Asteroid mining, rescue, and rescue over here. Let's go to this one. I don't think we need to take anyone else with us for this. Foundry is I see. Yes, I was deliberately starving it of fuel, I remember. So let's dismantle that and that. And that. And then set that to load fuel. And then everything will kick back in again and all will be both hunky and dory. At least until we use up all of these bottles of fuel, which probably won't take all that long given the amount of stuff we've got running off these engines. There we go. Now we're moving again. Okay, Procyon, go. And here we are. Right. Where's the? Are you the stranded ship? Yes, you're the stranded ship. Okay. I mean, this isn't going to be a particularly difficult mission. Just need to fly over there, pivot the ship into the right position. I've probably flown a little bit too close, actually, but I'll fix that in a second once we finish turning. Because when the ship's turning, it's very hard to click in the right place. Okay, that'll do. That's close enough. Is there anything worth looting there? I don't think there is. No, I think we've already been through and thoroughly looted this derelict a couple of times, and it turns out it doesn't regain all of the stuff. So, but that's fine. Foundry is on the move, and it's going to take a long time to get there. That's fine. Well, if you will design a ship as a sort of a like that and look like made up of bricks, then what do you expect? Of course, it's going to go horribly wrong. Oh, it's moving. That's going to be awkward because my docking bay is on the wrong side of the ship for this. Let's get ahead of it. And pull a swift 180. And then cut the throttle and start manoeuvring. It is moving, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's not just my imagination. I'm pretty sure that ship is drifting through space, which is fair enough. I mean, that is the sort of thing that happens when you're stranded. It just doesn't seem. It's just that part of physics doesn't seem to affect anything else in this game for some reason. It's moving pretty slowly, though. I suspect with my thrusters, I probably could catch it, even if it was going in a different direction. Even if I was, yeah. Whoa. There we go. We're linked. Bing, 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 bing. People! Hooray! Just what we needed. Oh, we're low on oats. Oh, yeah, we are a little bit low. Why is that happening? We've got oxygen bottles. We're obviously just not taking it out of the bottles. So I guess the replenishment system is not 100% efficient. 100%. Just 100%. I don't have a loader at the moment, so we won't be fixing that. I mean, we probably should be, given we've just let a load of extra people onto the ship. But I'm afraid we're not. Yeah, there's no oxygen in this tank. And the air reprocessor is, 91% efficiency. There we go. So that's what the research is going to get for me. Okay, well, not a lot I can do about that. We'll do the other mission yet and then sort that out. So, that one. Gentle fart noise from the game. Yeah, I think we'll 79% at the moment. We'll check on it in a moment and see how soon I need to get worried. But yeah, I've got these silly things. I've got these bottles of oxygen. I just haven't got any way to. Oh no, wait, there's a loader there. Let's put some more oxygen into the system then. Okay, that's a nice easy fix. Thank you for pointing that out. There's a lot of warnings there. Hostiles inbound. What? Oh, okay. That's all right. However, this is going to be an interesting one, apparently. Where's the stranded ship? There's the stranded ship. Well, let's head over there. Yep. And then... When are the hostiles? 3... Okay. No, we're going to have to deal with the hostiles before we... There he is. Right, where am I going? Which side are my guns on? I always forget. They're on that side. No, wait. Which side are these? Yeah, these are the cannons. Cannons are on the port side. Okay, well that's actually quite good because he's coming in over. They're coming in over there. Do you think... What have we got here? We've got a star hopper and we've got a scavenger. I feel like the Procyon can deal with these all by itself. But I am tempted to have the Temptress hop in to help. Because it might as well. Oh, it's actually in the hostiles play. I didn't notice that. I should have noticed that. Are you preparing to hop? I can't tell. No, apparently not. Okay. Alright, it might be up to this ship on its own then. I don't see this as being a problem. I don't consider those enemies to be particularly threatening. We've only got 4 guns online. Fire! Fire at will. There we go. Yeah, I don't see these as particularly threatening enemies. We've almost half killed that one already. Swing around, please. Then we can have another big salvo, like that. Yeah, that one's basically half dead already. We've only shot it twice. Or shot at... There we go. One down. If the other one would run away now, that would make a lot of sense. Because, you know, I've just blown his friend up, so... %, 87%, one more good salvo, boom, there we go. Let's do a little bit of looting while we're here. Oh, the bots are already over there doing the looting. Excellent, that's what we like to see. I seem to have a little bit of damage onto my armour. I should probably visit a thingy at some point. A star base thing. What's the word I'm looking for? A shipyard. That's the word. I should probably visit a shipyard at some point. Now, since we're in a hostile territory, I think we're going to continually get more enemies jumping in. So we might have to deal with some more. So let's see. Oh yeah, the OT's come back up again. Yes, that's because I turned on this this loader over here, and we're now sort of filling this oxygen tank back up again. In fact, you know what? Let's stop that again because I want there to be room in that tank for the ship to carry on recycling the oxygen. It's the usual thing. I'd like that to run when there's a shortage, but not just run all the time. Right, there's a stranded ship. Yeah, I'd like it to run when the tank is less than 50% full or something like that. So I want some top-up valves, basically. But I think it's you know, early alpha game. These sort of features just haven't been added yet, and despite it being, you know, quite early on, I'm still having good fun with it. So yeah. The nebula's quite pretty, especially when you zoom out all the way. Just a shame you don't tend to need to. You know, this is another ship that could do with at least one more engine. Oh, suddenly I've mined a load. Suddenly the ship is mining enormous quantities of Tillium. Look at that! Look at that. Okay, maybe we should have a look at the foundry. How much have we? We are gathering significant quantities of Tillium. I mean, that's good. We need it, and we're going to sell in all of it. But still, that's a bit crazy. Where's the stranded ship? Oh, it's down there. Can we chase the ship, please? Follow. Okay, we'll turn in these contracts just for fun. I've nearly got to 1,000. That's pretty good. And we've got some more hostiles coming in 70 seconds. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone out, what's the word? Scavenging from the other ships. We'll see how many of these guys I can get in the nearly a minute for this. This is going to take to complete. At least we're coming in from the right side this time. It's got the docking port on the correct side for what I need. Okay, put on the brakes and go for manoeuvring. I can't manoeuvre fast enough. What? My manoeuvring thrusters aren't fast enough. I'm going to have to do this under main engines. This isn't safe. I'm going to have to break off and... I'm going to have to break off and oh, I'm going too fast. Ah! Trying to match speed and it's not working very well. I'm getting attacked. No, I have to get out of here. Bug out. It's a mighty miner. I'm being attacked by a mining vessel. What is this? Don't attack the stricken ship. No, how dare you? Stop that. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Or at least cannon shells. That's quite tough, actually. It's taking a lot of abuse from my ship. I think I do need to bring in the astral. What's the name? Oh, I'm taking flak from the other side as well. I'm not taking very much flak, and well, at least I'm taking quite a lot of flak, but it's not doing very much damage. Let's try and finish that one off before I go for the other two. There we go. That's that one. That's one down. I definitely need to bring in the temptress for backup and gunnery and stuff like that. Additional firepower. That's the word I'm looking for. Why am I being attacked by mining ships? Why would you go up against what's clearly a combat vessel with your small miners? You are the worst pirates ever. Most suicidal pirates ever. Just generally bad at this sort of whole thing. And the only way they're going to beat me is if I run out of ammunition. And even then, I'll just bring in another ship to help. Boom. There we go. Right. Okay, get over to that. Get over there. In fact, over there, that side of it. And yes, the temptress, I want you to hop over. I want you to come and join me in Sector 9. Could you prepare to jump, please? Oh, it's not got any hyperspace fuel. That's why it's not going. Let's just stock up on that, shall we? Because that's not a thing I want to run out of, really. Okay, back to the other ship. Let's see if we can get the Procyon docked. No, it's on its way over. Okay, and we are auto looting the other ship because the bots were there and they thought they might as well, clearly, which is fair, and that's what we want to do. Right, so we need to catch up with that. We need to catch up with that ship. Then I need to get the throttle in the right place to keep my cruiser trundling along more or less next to it, and then just slightly adjust my position with the thrusters. So this is going to be challenging. Hello, Tiger. I think it's about that much thrust. Let's try there. Yes, that seems to be quite close. Close enough that I can do the rest with the thrusters, I think. Please don't crash. Thank you. Okay, I've got hostiles inbound. I've got a minute and a half. I could start making the FTL fuel. It's been a fairly low priority so far, admittedly, and I think I've got basically all the stuff I need to do it. But I I've been too busy doing more profitable things. It's really cheap to buy. So I just haven't been bothering to make it. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm going slightly too fast. And slightly too up. No, oh, too much. Oh, this is difficult. Ah, popped. There we go. Docked. Right. People are coming across. Excellent. Temptress, are you ready to jump yet? Matt, prepare to jump. There we go. Now it's actually moving. Oh, and I haven't finished piping it in yet. Jump. But while you're jumping, let's put in some pipes. Like that. And some cables like that. Apparently I'm doing this in this sort of shape. Okay, so we've got reinforcements coming across now. Procyon, where are the enemies? Where have they come in? Okay, that'll be their hyperspace trails, presumably. Angry frog mining rig and a fast move. Yeah, okay, they're miles away. It's going to take them a little while to get over to me, I think. In which, hopefully, in that time, I'm going to be able to get all of the guys off the ship. Oh, we've got them all. Right, okay, excellent. In that case, let us undock. They did that nice and quickly, I'm impressed. Let's fly back over to here and carry on doing a little bit more looting. And then we'll blow up the rest of them. And when the other Temptress has arrived, excellent. We'll get both my ships over here. They could have jumped in about the same place. That would have been much easier. And then get them ready to deal with the enemy. And loot the previous lot of enemies as well, of course. Oh, and how is the foundry getting on with loading up with excessive amounts of green rock? Precious Tillium. Okay, Tillium is still not full actually. On either side. Oh, and I need to keep selling it off as well. So we'll do that. Empty all that out, and then back out with the Procyon. Right. How are things going over here? So there's a chance that these guys will get close enough to the Temptress to attack her before it gets to sort of my two ships have got together. Although they do seem to be all streaking into the middle point over here. Everyone seems to be trying to meet up over here. The problem is the Temptress is pointing in the wrong direction, which is mildly unhelpful. We've got like a Procyon cruiser selected at the moment, so let's turn you this way. Bring the guns to bear, and meanwhile the Temptress... let's go this way. And attack this one. Attack the fast mover first. Open fire. All weapons. 3% damage. That's not quite as much damage as I was hoping for. You can do that. Temptress will hopefully be able to lob some long-range railgun shots over this way. Yes, if we turn a bit more this way. I don't know if they'll actually hit at this sort of range, but I'm prepared to give it a shot. Like that. Oh yeah, good shot. And a little bit more to the port. Oh, nice shooting. A little bit more port. And the Procyon, where are their guns pointing? That way. Yeah, that's probably about the right direction to be moving in, actually. Maybe more like this now. Wow, it got out of range. That is I mean, it is called a fast mover, but even so, jeez. Also, railgun sluggers don't seem to do as much damage as I would expect. I could turn that off, I suppose. I don't think it makes any difference. It's just whether the controls show up or not. All right, so we need to keep turning gradually. plinking away with the railguns. It's turning round again though, so I need to start turning this way. Ah, now there we go. There's a nice salvo of the cannon fire. So we've done about all the hits we've done from the railguns. I've only done about 22% damage to this ship, which isn't a huge amount. And now we see the slugs coming in from the cannons. Oh, it's dodged them, most of them. And that's doing a lot more damage. Now, to be fair, there are a lot more cannons firing. So I guess it's not too surprising that they do a lot more damage. Oh, and I forgot to turn it. I forgot to turn this one as well. I think we're probably nearly... Ooh, we're taking some serious damage. The Procyon is actually taking some damage. Crikey. Right, are you going to go straight past? And if so, you're going to get absolutely pounded by the... There we go, like that. Excellent. Right. Okay, go this way. This way. And Temptress, swing round to... Where are your guns? Your guns are there. Swing round this way. And we'll come in and try and get the frog from both sides. I thought I had a glitch with the space shuttle at one point, but it turned out it was actually my fault. I'd sold something and then built it. So the shuttle was waiting to take the thing away, but it couldn't because I'd built with it. Actually, you need to go that way. Nice broadside as we get past. There we go. Okay, all the hull damage has been repaired. Although we've had quite a lot of the armour shot off, so some repair work might be required when we get back to civilization. Temptress, you're still out of cannon. Yeah, you're still out of cannon range, and the cannons are so much more effective than everything else that I think I want to close up a bit, get in a bit closer, like that. There we go. That frog is now in trouble. It's only 37% damage. It's in trouble, but it's not quite. But it's not dead yet. We need to do a bit more pounding before it's going to be down. There we go. 77, 80, 95. Boom. There we go. Alright, set the Procyon cruiser in here to harvest. I don't know how much salvage there is left around here. And want the Temptress to stop and wait as well. I don't know how much stuff worth salvaging there is around here. The bots are having a go already at it, and the camera is swinging around wildly, and I can't control it. Oh, that's because I've got the wrong ship selected. Yeah, so there's a bit of... there's actually quite a bit of salvage here. This is going to be sort of reasonably worthwhile. Yeah, load it all up into the cargo storage area here. Lovely. So reclaim some of the ammunition, or replace some of the ammunition we ended up using to take them out. Ideally, I would start producing ammunition myself, but the problem is that requires Metreon gas, and I don't. At the moment, I'm not collecting that in a sensible way. It's being collected by the gas collector, sure, but it's then all being turned into fuel and shipped out as fuel. I don't have anywhere creating just Metreon gas and then potentially turning that into explosives in order to make more useful stuff out of it. Ooh, okay, we're done with that. Let's head over to here. It's fast mover. Probably doesn't have much. We've got about a minute before we need to leave. I could. I feel it'd be more sensible to extend the gas collector and do explosive making on that one and have it doing sort of both things essentially, because it would just be. Is there nothing to get from the ship? There's nothing to get from the ship. Okay, let's get out of here. I'll jump back to here, home base. Prepare to jump. Take the Temptress. Okay, and a line. What was I saying? Yeah, it'd be more tempting to turn the gas collector into doing both. And then, assuming it doesn't need... I don't know. I don't know what else is required. Actually, we'll have a look into what else is required in order to make the make explosives, and then we'd have to dump the explosives off onto the foundry every so often to be made into ammunition, because that's where the metal comes from. And here comes the shuttle. This is going to be a very crowded shuttle when it arrives. Okay, how many guys there are pouring down the ladder area from my habitation deck, and all just piling into this tiny little shuttle down here. Oh, that's one of them. Ding, there we go. 118,000. And a few more points on my humanitarian rating, and 112,000 over here as well. Wow, I've got over 10 million. I've multiplied my my money level by about 2.5 in this in this stream. That's quite impressive, despite having been selling all kinds of junk that I didn't want. Right, let's get rid of these tiberium crystals, and I'll keep the thrusters. They're kind of handy. Actually, I'm going to try and put a docking port on the other side of this ship if I can, because I've got that's problematic. 10 stacks of oxygen is enough. 18 football charges sounds like a good number to keep. Bullets, that's excessive. Actually, maybe it isn't. That's a funny noise. I might have a box to keep these in, so that might be alright. Same with the cannon shells. Food, take it down to 15. Scrap metal, I'm just going to sell that. I could put it onto the other ship and turn it into iron, but I can't be bothered. These ones... all this stuff, and I could pass it over to the other ship. I don't know if it's worth it. I probably will. No, I don't think it is worth it, because it'll just get stuck. It'll just get left lying on the floor and not get turned into the actual, and not get put into the system. So I'll get rid of some of this as well. I still don't need twice as many spacesuits as I have, guys. Leave that at 15. Logistics drones are useful. Crew and weapons officers are useful. So that's the best part of another million from that. So actually, from those two missions and the salvage I got from them, I reckon I've made about $1 million space bucks, which is pretty damn good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, we'll sell off a lot of this trash over here, and also, yes, the foundry is still gathering Illyrium. No, Tiberium. No, it's not. Is that all the Tiberium? That is all the Tiberium. Wow. Okay, so that's not a pound on the asteroid until you get more of it out. That's just a you will eventually run out. Gosh. And the Tiberium box is nearly full. Over here we've got quite a bit of it. Sell another 53 of them, I guess. Confirm that. And I think if we've gathered all of that Tiberium rock, that means it's actually safe to bring the cruiser over. And it won't just end up with all kinds of random trash in it. And the Temptress as well. Bring them both over. Ooh, we're running out of fuel. So that means it's time to jump the foundry out to the gas collector and transfer all the fuel across. And now the foundry has a good amount of resources on board it now, so it's going to be able to carry on building, even if we fly away. Oh, and of course there's a shuttle there. Are you leaving? Oh no, you're being loaded. Okay. Fine. Well, we'll just bring the other guys in, and we'll unload and reload. We'll swap stuff over in a moment. And I suppose I could jump out. Actually, how low of fuel am I? 5,500. Yeah, we'll need to go over and transfer some. You're pointing the wrong way, Procyon. I was going to try and put in another door, though. What are you? You're a Gatling gun. Is there room to put another door in next to that? Install docking port. What's up, Doc? No, there isn't room because there's a Gatling gun in the way. I'm going to flip it round, I think. Actually, I could put it over there. Let's put it on the back entrance, if you'll pardon the expression. I will maneuver down into position like this. Like this. Ooh, no, too much. Okay, research complete. Put you there. And then... yeah, let's set another researching. This is the final research. That's quite exciting. And then you... I want to... Don't you dare... Oh, the shuttle's docking with a cruiser. Oh, okay, it's gone pretty quickly. That's all right then. It's probably just delivering some more fuel or something. More rotation. Rotation. Oh, no, not that way. Rotate that way. I was pressing the wrong button. That's on me. I sometimes wonder where the centre of rotation is on these ships. Maybe it's where the blue line stops. It does seem to be, actually. Which would make sense. It's a good way of showing where the ship will rotate around. Right, so the foundry. I would like to... Actually, no, I'd like to start with the Procyon cruiser. What do we not need on this ship? We want the reactor, I think. We'll keep that on there, and the thrusters. And the... Yeah, keep that on there. The track and the fuel. Oh, actually, let's unload a couple of fuels because there's a crisis there going on the other ship. You can do with a few more FTLs, I guess. The bullets can... let's unload 15 bullets and put them onto the Temptress instead. Railgun slugs stay on there, that's fine. Now these ones, well, I want to stock this. Oh, I can't stock it back up that way. I'll put some food over because we've got too much on this one. Compost, whatever. No, that's fine. Hyperspace isotopes, right, that all wants to go. Seeds, no, that's fine. The spacesuit's fine. Drones, fine. Crew, fine. Okay, so that's that one. The Temptress, I don't think has anything it shouldn't have. Got some seeds, got some got some hyperspace isotopes. Get rid of those. Got some food, got some cannon shells. That's good. Got some railgun slugs. We'll get those the other way in a moment. FTL charges, fine. Fuel, we're a bit short of fuel in this ship as well. May need to do something about that. Track, I don't care about. Robot arms, I've got rather a lot of those, but again, I don't really care. They can just sit there. Doors, again, don't care. Right, that's all fine. So now the foundry. This is the bit that's going to be a little bit more interesting. Here, we get to transfer some ammunition out, because that's what's getting built on here. We want to get the cannon slugs. We want to bring these both up to 70. So instead of being, that's 33, and 5. Okay, fine. So we'll let that run. Then once that's all been handed out in the appropriate directions. What's this? Oh, this is bullets. Yes, the bullets. I was going to pass them on to the next ship. So the bullets, all the bullets from here go on to the Temptress, like that. So we can now carry all of that around. Yeah, lovely. And that's a load more hyperspace isotopes as well that can be dumped in here. That's going to allow me to make more of the Stargate capacitors. I probably should have one of these scoops on the front of this ship since it does do occasional hyperspace jumps, but never mind. In the meantime, I would like to... I don't need to repair this, but I do want to put the armour back on because it took a bit of a beating. And let's do the same with the Temptress as well. I didn't confirm it on the other one. Back to the Procyon, all of that, confirm. We'll armour that up. The Foundry doesn't need to be armoured. If I did, how much would it cost to actually armour it? I'm curious. 1.3 million. It is quite a big, chunky ship, to be fair. So yeah, that's repaired the ships. Now we just need all of the passing around to complete. Has all the passing around completed? I think so. I don't see any crew members running around like headless chickens. Okay, yeah, we're loading up the cannon storage over here and the bullet storage over there. That seems to be fine. We could take quite a lot more cannon shells on here, actually. We could take another sort of 18 of them. And maybe the Procyon could as well. 18 and 8. Alright, let's do that. No, not trade. Logistics. So we can put another 18 on this one. Another 8 on this one. This must just be whatever sits on the on the belts on those ships. I assume. Right, and we can start making more. Yeah, we can start building more cannon shells now. So that's good. We'll eventually run out of explosives relatively soon, I think. I'm not quite sure where they're coming from. Oh no, there's a chemical lab down here that is making explosives. It's made over 1,000 of them. And it's pulling from this Metreon gas tank over here. Okay. Oh, and it needs to be refined. Oh, we've got a refinery here. So we are actually making some on here at least until this Metreon gas tank runs out. That's quite cool. I hadn't realised I still had this little pocket down here. I approve of that. And now we're low on fuel on this ship again now. So once these guys have finished throwing everything through the windows there, which they have, it's time to fly out to... It was here, wasn't it? Prepare to jump there. We're going on our own, just the foundry. And we'll go out there and dock. Temperature needs more water. Oh yeah, I was finding that balancing the water on these ships is a bit of a faff. I have to be honest, because you want to get most of it from recycling, but you want to top up from bottles when you start to run out, and potentially purchase more or go out looking for ice asteroids. Although I've not found any of those yet. Although to be fair, I haven't really looked. Yeah, so temperature needs more water. Where does the water put in? Oxygen. Air duct. Come on. Right, so yeah, there's 47 water in there. There is actually there are no water bottles on this ship. That's unhelpful. So yeah, I was hoping that it would recycle a large quantity of sewage and turn all that into water. And, I mean, it has been. But I think we've got through basically all of that. I could put in have I got any tanks on this ship? No. Alright, let's put in a loader over here. I have funky music. Why have I got funky music? What's going on? I'm too used to playing the X-Wing games when I was a kid, where if interesting music starts to play, it means something's happening. You see, the water is going up. It's gone up to 60 something now, 68, now 70. So it is increasing. So we'll worry about that later. Why was I getting exciting music? I don't know. That's quite a cool ship. Right, let's fly you over here, and then attempt to dock. This is always silly because I have to dock the foundry with the gas collector rather than the other way around. How are we doing over here for what weird? Okay. Weird mode. Right. We've made some fuel. It's not quite enough yet. Are we in a place where I can extend the ship? And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need another additional 6 on my ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Confirm. And then fill that with floor, strangely enough. Actually, you know what? I think I want that hull to be 1 additional in that direction like that. And then I've got a bit of movement space around the edge there. There we go. Now, I would like to purchase... no, all items. More gas collectors. There's 4 of them available at the moment. We'll grab those. Oh, I did it symmetrically. Ah. Okay. Never mind. So the shuttle is going to come flying in here quickly, and we can unload that, and then worry about trying to dock the foundry because it's massive and ridiculous. I should put some thrusters on this ship as well, actually, and then I'd be able to dock it with the foundry rather than trying to do the opposite, because this is genuinely ridiculous. Okay, that's far enough, and then I want to rotate this way. No, I think I've topped the cruiser's armour up completely. It is now completely full. It's now completely repaired. And I don't care about armour on my other ships because they shouldn't find themselves in combat. If they do, they're probably just going to run away very, very quickly. There we go. We have docked. Now, logistically, we can take from the gas collector. Where's the fuel? Where's the fuel? Here's the fuel. 64 of it we can pass straight across into here. And I think we're going to need a bit of more fuel storage on this ship. So let's say storage for fuel is going to be about that much. I don't know why I've got mission cargo on here. We'll get rid of that. Let's expand the fuel slightly more. There we go. Plenty of space for fuel. Meanwhile, on the gas collector, let's put in another row of, well, gas collectors, funnily enough. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm still in, am I still in action mode? I think I might be. No, I wasn't. Maybe the temperatures? I don't know why I'm getting all this shouting on the radio, over radios. It sounds like, hey, there's action and scary stuff going on. I thought maybe I'd left some ship in battle stations, but I haven't. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, we are actually genuinely out of water now on this ship. That's not good. Let's buy some. And you, I would like to, yeah, load water into the system. Hello, Jasper. You're correct. This is not space. This isn't even Factorio. No, I occasionally play other things. It's hard enough to get the gang together for one stream a week. So trying to do 2 streams of Space Age every week is a bit much. And I was tempted to play to do another Factorio run with perhaps something different. I'm sure I could find another Factorio thing to do. But it seemed a little... I thought I'd get confused, basically. So no, I'm playing the last Starship instead. It is. It's got some sort of overlap. It's got a bit of Factorio-esque stuff in it. When this water bottle finishes emptying, I'll talk about that in slightly more detail because I want to sort of dump that in there and then into this tank and then pass some and then stop basically. Are you empty? There we go. Stop that. Right. So it's not quite as polished and automated as Factorio because it is still quite early alpha. But if we take a look at no, not that ship. This ship. This is fairly Factorio-y. So I've got some mining lasers that will shoot up asteroids, and then some drone bays. The drones will fly out, collect the bits I shoot off the asteroids, and drop them onto this track, which is functionally a belt. I don't know why it's not a conveyor belt, to be honest. It isn't remotely a railway line. And then then they can be put into these storage containers over here, cooked into metals, and then the metals can be passed over here and turned into other useful things. And I seem to have run out of iron, which is typical. I'll need to go and get some more iron, apparently. And then that gets reprocessed and processed into more and more things, and eventually you end up with things like stargate capacitors and stargate receivers and so on. Except I seem to have run out of some of the ingredients I need for those. Yes, I've run out of... Oh, I've run out of copper? Have I run out of copper? No. Oh, it is because I've run out of. It's because I've run out of iron, so the whole thing is ground to a halt. So yeah, automation is excellent. It's sort of I feel like it's a cross between Elite because I've got missions like not like that. I can go off and do missions like manufacturing resources or going off and doing mining or couriering or rescuing people, that sort of thing. And yes, and you can jump between solar systems and so on as well, like a bit like Elite. And then you've got a sort of RimWorld thing where you're controlling your little dude to go around and will try and complete the jobs you need to set. And then there's a Factorio side of it where you've got all the automation and the belts and the inserters and all that sort of stuff. And so it's trying to do lots and lots of different things, and it's good fun. I'm enjoying it. As I say, warning is that it is still definitely very alpha. More work is needed on the game, but what they've got is already good fun. So yes, I'm enjoying it. I played it a little bit quite a while back. Yeah, there are metallic asteroids over here, and it was and enjoyed it. And it's now sort of come back to it when there's a bit more going on in there. And it's on Alpha 15 instead of Alpha 2 or whatever it was when I first played it. So things are a little bit more polished and things work a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could put another row of gas collectors in there. And then I need a pipe going across here and linking down like that. There we go. Let's remove that one, because why? Right, are you orientated? No, that one's still rotating, because it's a massive, massive ship, so that's fair enough. Okay, now it's finished turning. So now we can tell you to, yes, do your FTL jump. Meanwhile, the gas collector can now kick in. We've got an extra 50% on the gas collection, so that's going to be good. Next time I come back, maybe there'll be 100 tanks of fuel available for me. In the meantime, are there any more gas collectors available for sale? There's 2 more of them. Okay, well, we'll keep them coming in. Keep adding them in as they're available, and just expanding this to make more and more and more fuel, because it's very useful stuff. Okay, so the foundry is now back in the home system, which is a lovely place. We've got everything we could possibly need, hopefully including some metal. Yes, here we go. Here's some iron rocks. So we'll fly it over there. It will take a long time. I don't care. Why have you got an exclamation mark? I know why you have. It's because you've run out of fuel. I wish the error messages weren't. I could get rid of the error messages, because I know it's short of fuel. Oh, I can. I can right-click on them and they go away. All right. Today I learned. What are you complaining about that you're short of? You've got plenty of hull, O2, and battery. Those are the most important things. All these things seem to be all right to me. I suppose the next thing I should do is bring over the Procyon. Oh, I don't like bringing the Procyon over to it when it's mining, because it tends to steal all the ores and things. Let's make sure let's cut the drone bays off first, so they don't gather stuff I don't want them to gather. Construction cables off. There we go. And also let's send the Temptress over to get more fuel from this guy. Okay, foundry. I mean, you already are attacking that one. Let's point you over this way, and we can do some harvesting from this asteroid over here. Oh yes, I did. Yes, I played Foundry again when I played it during the Steam Fest, however long ago that was. And yeah, I really liked it. That's the one. It's basically Factorio in a Minecraft world. That looked very interesting, and I definitely want to play more of it in the future. So I will be returning to it at some point. Maybe once I've finished the last Starship, or finished with the last Starship. I don't know whether it's going to be a game I actually finish, or whether it'll be just one I play for a bit and then go, okay, I've done as much as I can. I want to play something a little bit more polished. And yeah, I really like the idea of Foundry. When I played it, it was still fairly early on. It was let's say it was during the next fest when it was another fairly early alpha. But I would definitely like to play it again. And what the hell has happened here? Excuse me? What is this robot arm doing? Okay, that shouldn't be there. And this belt should not be full of trash. I think I see what's happened. That inserter was passing stuff over onto the belt and causing it to be polluted. But hopefully this will fix it. Please build the things I've told you to build. How about you do as you're told? There's plenty of track around. There's even a piece of... Oh, he's bringing it over from somewhere miles away. Why is there track on the graph? I don't care. I'll put that in there and then it'll go. Right, there we go. That's a bit better. So we can put the drones into the box and then back into the track, and they'll go back into the drone bays and disposed of in the sensible ways. Right. Okay. So we are now gathering the iron ore from this asteroid. We shoot it until the bits come out. Then the drones go out, grab the bits, bring them in, drop them onto the belt. They go around the belt. They get unloaded into this box over here, which is now at 16 piles of minerals. We can then cook them down put them in the storage crate over here, and then boom, just like that, we're starting to make the frames again. Now that does mean, yes, they're all getting stolen in order to make frames, which is a little bit of a shame, but that'll catch up eventually, I suppose. And then we can start passing it down here to make important things like ammunition and coils and everything else. Basically, iron, you get... Oh, I have depleted that iron patch. That's alarming. I wasn't really expecting that to happen. That shows a lack of imagination, I suppose. Precious, copper, precious, copper, precious, copper. I think we might have mined all the iron in this solar system, and we'll need to go somewhere else. Well, apart from this little bit here. But yeah, we've got virtually all of it. So, how do I know where to get more from? Let's have a look at the sector map. So, this is here in some asteroids. The comet over here, I don't think that's relevant though. There are various colonies around. I could go to this one because it's the other one that's sort of in the asteroid belt, asteroid field area. I can't go to these two because they've got hostiles in them. Could go to here and just see if there is any. I don't know. Maybe I should pick up another mission for the other ship to do, and then that can potentially fly off and have a look around. I get quite a good range on the angle on the mining lasers. Although if I rotated, if we stop the ship and then rotate it a bit this way, yeah, I could send one of the other cruisers out to have a look at the other systems and see if there's anything useful and worth mining in them, I suppose. And we could get somebody else to pay us to do that by picking up some transport missions. So let's have a look at contracts. What can we do? A courier mission. NG8. Okay, why is it difficulty rating of 4? How hard can it be? So that's to 8, that's to 4, that's to 11. That's to 4 as well. So I could stack those two up. That's manufacturing. I mean, I could do that. We're doing it anyway. That's to 7. Okay, so there were 2 to 4, two missions to 4, I think. So it's that one, NG4. So accept that one. And then there's that one in the same mission, same area. And it puts a nice diamond next to it so you can tell, which is really good of it. I like that in the game. And that was 8, and that was 11. That one was 7. Okay, so the rest are all different places. So we need to head off to... I've forgotten. Right, but here comes the cargo. Maybe it's a difficult transport mission because there's a lot of cargo to transport. Oh, there's a load of people as well. Good, as expected. Right, okay, let's get out of here. Map. We want to go to number 4 over here. So we can jump over here and then find out if there's any resources over there that are worth jumping the foundry over to as well. Tiger, I think we don't know how to sort the space shuttles out because we don't know what you've done with them. As I said, I had a bit of a problem with the space shuttle at one point. If you mouse over the space shuttle, it'll tell you what it's waiting for. And I suspect it's probably that you've accidentally sold something and then built the thing that you've sold. So they're waiting to take it away from you. Right, well that was easy. We're here and we've done it. And there are no asteroids at all, as far as I can tell. There's a miner over here that is doing, I don't know, ship stuff, and that's quite cool. Oh, it's a defense platform. Sweet. I like that. Okay, so what we've got in here, we've got a load of grabbers that are not doing anything. Oh, I see. So they empty the drone bays and then just chuck stuff on the floor. That's kind of sensible. And then the people can deal with it. The game isn't being very sensible about that though. And then over here we've got weapons crates that are holding a load of ammunition and feeding them out into guns. So you wouldn't be able to reload any of these weapons once they've used up the stuff in the crates. But other than that, the design's quite cool. What's this? Oh, deflector shields. Nice. I should get some of those. Right, anyway, in the meantime, we have completed the missions, we've unloaded everything, those are both done. Lovely. And we've discovered that this place is pointless for bringing anyone out, for bringing the mining ship to. Are there any contracts to go from here? Am I not already in NG4? Oh no, those ones are completed. Never mind. I mean, sure, let's sell some more copper. Passenger transport request, NG11. Let's go. Okay, let's hop over to 11 and see what's over there. And there's another passenger transport request there. We'll take both of those. Pirate gang, production contract. I don't really want to make. I'm not making FTL at the fuel at the moment, so I'm not going to sell a load of that I've just bought. Could go to NG12. Don't really want to. Maybe I do. Get even more civilians. Right, here we go. We have a quantity of civilians, and okay, we're selling the ingot copper as well. Lovely. Right, okay, we've got everyone on board. So we are going now to. We're going to hop to over here. There's a colony up here. Okay, we'll go over there. See if there's anything harvestable over there. Because yeah, I need to find somewhere to get some more iron ore from. Because presumably the foundry has now harvested. Oh no, it's still digging that patch up. There's still some iron in there, and we are. That's half full, mostly full rather. There's none stored in the crate though, so we're just smelting it as quickly as we can. I probably need to put in another. What's all this for? I've no idea what's going on with all these inserters, but I would like to put in another foundry at the top here, so maybe we'll do that. Let's just switch over to schematic view. Yeah, I think there's nothing. I think something was happening up here before. It is no longer happening. Let's get rid of all of this. I can't put another smelter in here because if I did, I wouldn't be able to get the stuff from it into here without doing a weird wiggly thing with some track, which I could do. I don't really want, and it wouldn't be able to take out of this storage crate either. So actually, all of these smelters need to be moved down one square. Maybe I'll come back and do that in a moment when I finish doing this trip with the Procyon. Jump, yes, like that. And the nice thing about doing all these jumps is we're generating some hyperspace isotopes, which we can take back over to the other ship and turn them into more useful stuff as well. Which we need for another one of the projects we're trying to do at the moment. So, right, turning contracts here. Let's see, is there anything here? Ooh, look, that's very cool. A Tokelvian starbase. Tell me about the Tokelvian starbase. I'm curious. Okay, it mostly just looks cool, but it does have a lot of guns and a lot of fighters on the inside. So if this gets into a scrap, it can dispatch a bajillion fighters to go out and fight for it, and also it's got millions of cannons all the way around the edges of it. That's pretty deadly. And then a load of power generation in the middle, and some huge tanks and some fuel, and yeah, stuff like that. Cool. And my humanitarian rating is ticking up very, very slowly and still stuck at rank 4 because I need to do more plot missions or something to get it any higher. Anyway, right. I think we want to leave the foundry foundering. Foundering, that's not quite right. Oh yes, I was going to move all of these down, wasn't I? Right. So yeah, let's go. Dismantle, 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 dismantle. And then. What are these smelters? We've got loads of smelters, excellent. And then oh, actually, no, better idea. If I put it slightly lower down, then I can have an emergency additional smelter for something when I need it. No, I can't. Because it's wrong. Oh well, I'll just fit it in one extra smelter anyway. Okay. So then we want to go along here. I'm going to need to move some of my robot arms around. So we want the small short robot arms. I want one there and then a long one there, like that. And then I want a long one there and a long one there. That's okay. There. Hang on a minute. Right, so that one's doing that. That's going into there. That's going into there. And then these two are both going into there. And both taken from there. So now we can put some short robot arms like that. And like that. Like that. And like that. And then I need to do some dismantellation. So we take out that one, and we take out... Because Ctilium's going into there. Ctilium doesn't go into there. Copper goes into there. Copper doesn't go into there. Then down this side, both of those are correct. That is not correct. That's correct. That's not. That's correct. That's not. Then I can extend my cables. Like that. And then, finally, I can program these guys. So you're doing precious. You're doing trillion. You're doing copper. And you two are both doing metallic. Because we seem to get through a lot more iron than everything else. Right, there we go. So that's doubled my iron production capacity, just like that. As long as the input keeps up and we don't overfill this box. Which hopefully we won't now. We've got two pulling out onto it. That said, we are actually kind of overfilling the box at this point. And just stockpiling it on the belt, which isn't necessarily a problem, but is going to potentially be a little bit weird. Yeah, you see the this frame production is just stealing all of the all of the iron that's coming through. None of it's making it any further. None of it is making. Oh, actually, no. I'll take that back. It has refilled this belt down here, but we're not enough of it is making it into making. No, I take it all back. We have caught up on production of frames, and therefore everything else is sort of reasonably happy again. So we've got a full box of frames, full box of motors. We've not got any energy coils. Why are you not working? You've not got any insert. Where are your inserters? So you need metal and iron and copper. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. We need a short robot arm. I can't tell what's going on here. I need schematic view. Right, we need a short robot arm. And we need a long robot arm. How did this ever work? I mean, clearly it can't have ever worked because there's no power there, unless I tidied that up at some point. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. Because this fabricator can never have had the resources being fed into it because there's no power there. And there's no inserters inserting. I'm very confused. But, you know, it should work again now. Yep, there we go. Now we're making coils again, which means they can bimble down here to whatever it is they're needed for at the bottom. How are we doing with the Stargate? Right, we've made enough Stargate capacitors. So I guess that means... Oh, let's just turn off the auto cell of those, and we'll fill up a box of them because why not really? We don't have anything else to use the lenses for at this point. So that is going to be in the that's in the trade area where we look at the auto trades and we deactivate the Stargate capacitor one like that. Stargate receivers we're still trying to make, and the Tillium. How much Tillium do we have? We have 70. Let's sell all of that. In fact, how much more do we need to sell? We need to sell 20 more, about 20 more of that. Trade, sell. You can shift click to get 5 at a time, turns out. Right, so sell all of that. Now we're down to just making the Stargate receivers, which are the frame, energy coil, and lens. So because we didn't have any energy coils, that had stopped. Now the energy coils are starting to flow a bit better. We can start making them again and start trying to fulfill that part of the Stargate mission. And also the Tillium. There goes the Tillium. Lots and lots of Tillium. Tillium. Tillium is a silly word, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's a silly word. And I'm a silly person. Okay, so yeah, we are... Oh, we have depleted that patch of iron now. So I guess we've probably got... Given that we've got 70 in here, we've got another 11 in there, and we've got a load of it bimbling merrily around the belt over here. We're probably going to be okay for the current step we're trying to do with the Stargate. We should be able to, hopefully we'll be able to make another 111 Stargate receivers. That's quite a lot. I guess we shall see. Yeah, and then we can move on to phase 5, which is producing the energy transmitter, which requires 10 frames, 10 energy cores, 4 motors, 4 lenses, and 60 seconds. Do we only need one of those? That doesn't seem like much of a challenge compared to all the other stuff we've been making. Let's see if we can just make one now. Do I have another assembly table? Yes. This is my last one, though. I should buy some more. Let's put you in over here. Let's put you in over here, because we're only doing one of... This is a one-off, and having more than that seems a little bit silly. But let's buy some more assembly tables, because I've run out. Do that. And also, let's put in another... While I'm faffing around with things, let's put in another munitions bench. Down here. Like that. And a large storage crate behind it. Like that. And a robot arm like that. And that. Wait. You're all wrong. Oh, no, that was right. Like that and that. And a munitions bench. Where's my munitions bench? Munitions bench. That one goes there. That. Oh, yes, and a short robot arm as well. Oh, I do have a smart robot arm. I couldn't find that earlier. I don't know. Probably for looking. And then, of course, cables. Bimp. Bimp. Bomp. Power all of that up. To make bullets. Which is metal and explosives, conveniently. And then we can tell this to store bullets. And now we'll be able to resupply the ships with our fighting ships with those as well. That being sort of the point. Okay, you're over in NG11. You're not doing anything. I don't have any missions up. How are your supplies? You've got full of ammunition there. Got quite a lot of bullets just sitting around on the floor. I should probably put in some boxes for the bullets to be kept in, even if we don't necessarily auto-load them into the Gatling guns, because I don't use the Gatling guns very much. Do I have a box of any sort? I do not have a box of any sort. Do you mind? Right through the middle of my ship. Just because you're a big chonky thing doesn't mean you can get away with that sort of thing. Right, let's go back here. And then we can dock with the foundry, get some stuff across to upgrade this ship, put in a box to keep the ammunition in because it's a mess at the moment, and make sure it's got enough bullets. Does the Temptress have a box to keep bullets in? Yes. Yes, the Temptress. Yeah, Temptress has bullets up here, and a box for shells down here. And at some point, I'll probably do something a bit more impressive with the railguns, like putting in another 2 across here and a belt-fed system for belt-fed system. I just have the normal reactors. I haven't switched over to fusion anywhere. No. And yes, there's a couple of Tiddles hopping around on the foundry. There's one. Right. So I wanted you to make a Stargate. Oh, I can't make the Stargate. Whatever it was, I don't think. It was an energy. No, it was an energy transmitter I wanted to make. I think. Let me check that. Phase 5. Energy transmitter. Yes. So if I plug this in, can we hand feed it and just make an energy transmitter? I think we might be able to. Maybe that's what this guy's doing. No, he's come down to make the capacitors. So I mean, there are frames in a box. There are energy coil. Well, there aren't energy coils in a box because they've all been used up. Yes, he's grabbed a lens. So yeah, there are people bringing stuff over here now to try and make an energy transmitter. Excellent. So we'll probably finish the next phase of the Stargate almost immediately. That's really good. We're gradually filling up with metal ingots up here. 30 of them. That's doing well. And we've depleted the belt over here. So I think it's now time for this ship to hop off to. Actually, no. Let's bring the other guys in first and and finish off tidying this guy up and those sort of things that I was planning to do. So bring you over to here. I can't remember where your what's names are. Where your docking port is. Oh, it's on. Yeah, of course, it's on that side. So actually bring you to. Oh, there's a shuttle going into its docking bay. Fly to about here. There we go. That'll do. So I can fly over here, dock up, start unloading. There'll be some hyperspace juice to unload off this ship, and we can transfer across a box to put the Gatling gun ammo in. And I don't think it doesn't need a top up of cannon ammo at the moment, so that should be fine. Having another look at the foundry, we can see it down here now. We are starting to make bullets, which is nice, and making cannon shells. I'll probably start making railgun ammo at some point as well. That's the plan. But probably only once I get my ships a bit more railgun happy. Okay, the coils are still getting used up as fast as they're being made. We are stocking up on Stargate capacitors, which, to be honest, is probably silly. I don't think they're needed. But on the flip side, I don't think there's any harm in making more of them, apart from the cost in resources, I suppose. Oh, it does use energy coils. How do I stop this? Oh, I suppose I'll just do that. There we go. That's probably sensible. I've got 23 Stargate capacitors that I don't have any real use for. That's done. So yeah, it's just the receivers that we're trying to make at the moment. And that requires lots and lots of iron, lots and lots of coils. It's running, as we can see. And yeah, producing energy cores fairly slowly. This is the sort of point where I might be tempted to stick in another machine to make the energy coils, except I can't because we've got the precious metals in the way here. And I can't... This game isn't as conducive to proper spaghetti as Factorio is, so I can't get the copper out of here, down here. And maybe I could come up with some sort of horrible situation system. Like I could unload copper from here and pass it down a belt coming along this way, and then have a machine in the middle that takes the iron from here and the copper from there and then pass it over. But it would be horrible. A bit too horrible even for my standards. And by horrible, I think I actually just mean a bit too much work. I wish this would tell you how many of each of these things you've got in there. I don't think it does. It tells you what you need, but I don't think it tells you what you're missing. It just says, nope. Maybe if I go to schematic view, no. Jobs, no. Atmosphere's fine. Habitation, no. Exterior, no. No, I don't think you can tell what's been put into a machine. Just at all. So the lenses are going to be fine. Motors are going to be fine. We've got plenty of both of those. The frames are probably going to be fine. That's full. Yeah, it is just going to be the energy cores we're waiting for now. Tiddles, ultimate life form destined to have their existence ensured by those who wish to use them as a food source, fueled by FTL travel. You can build a whole economy on them. I mean, you could say the same about cows or sheep or anything else that's farmed. So, yeah, I mean, would you say cows have the ideal, the ultimate life form because they are destined to have their existence ensured by those who wish to use them as a food source? Not fueled by FTL travel in this case, but other than that, it kind of matches up. It's occurred to me the Procyon is pretty much the only one of my ships that I haven't gone in and messed around with the exterior design of. It's still the same shape that it was when I acquired it right at the beginning of the game. Everything else, the foundry was sort of 4 bits in the corners with corridors joining them up and an empty space in the middle. I filled that one up and made it solid. The short hopper doesn't count. I haven't been using that. The Temptress, I've put a bigger thing on the back of it. I gutted the insides of it and made it a bit sort of more, made it a bit more of a useful shape. The gas collector I made a bit wider because it didn't have enough room for enough gas collectors on it. So yeah, all the rest of them I've sort of redesigned a bit, but the Procyon is still the initial shape. I've not even pulled out these walls from the inside, which is a little bit unusual for me. Right, back to the foundry. You can't breed them by taking them from a trip in the truck. No, but you can breed them by just leaving them in a field, which is also fairly effective, I gather. Let's pass a large box over, I think, if I can find one. Yeah, large storage crate to the cruiser. fuel. Yeah, let's give the cruiser a bit more fuel. In fact, let's give it a small storage crate as well to put the fuel in, rather than just leaving it in piles on the floor. That seems like a sensible idea. It's got quite a lot of bullets already, so I won't send any more over. I'll send a few more over. Cannon shells, we've got a good number of those. Otherwise, I think that's all pretty good. Oh, the hyperspace isotopes I need to pass back across. So if we go over to here, they all want to go to there. Seeds, don't care. That keeps going up, but whatever. The rest is all fine. So now over here, I would like to put in... I could put the box in up here, but it'd be kind of in the way of the doorways. I could put it in here, but it'd be in the way of all of these box things. Yeah, let's put it in there. So install... I just switch over to schematic to make sure I'm going to completely block a doorway here, aren't I? Oh, it hasn't come through yet. Can we please have all the stuff delivered? You know how I said pass a load of stuff over? Could you, you know, do as you're told? All of this stuff needs to be done. Get on with it. Why are you guys being lazy? What's going on over here? Okay, you're making a thing. Fine. Is the other ship full? No, there's plenty of room for stuff to appear over here. Why is it difficult? What is going on? Okay, I mean, they are doing stuff, just not the stuff I want them to do. Not all the stuff. I suppose, yes, I have put solar panels on it. I don't really feel like that counts. Oh. Okay, maybe I had the wrong ship selected. How do I clear these things out? Britain cruiser, right. Clear. No, not that way. Where are those 14 supposed to be coming from? I don't understand. Something's gone wrong here. And I don't understand why. But I guess I'll do it all again, and then hopefully it'll forget next time it does a hyperspace jump or something like that. I don't know. Goodness knows what's happened there. Right, okay, so the stuff is being fed through now. Let's go back over to the Procyon cruiser, and I would like to put in a... I need to go to schematics again. I'd like to install a box. Yeah, let's put it there. Completely eliminate that pile of... Oh, no, wait, let's not. Let's put in a box. Let's put it there. Oh, you can't put it up against the wall. Oh, no, wait, that is up against the wall. Okay, that's fine. And I would like that box to be for... we'll come back to that. Also, I'd like to put in another storage box in here. And I would like to put in... something else I was going to do. Could put another couple of engines on the back of it, I suppose, but that's not related to what I want to do at the moment, so we'll come back to that. I would like you to store bullets and prioritise putting them in the crate. I would like telepathic sensor stations. Why have I still got those? And over here in this one, I would like to put fuel. Fuel? Can you not put fuel in a crate? Well, that's annoying. Okay, well, apparently I won't be doing that then. I guess we'll deconstruct that then. Because I can't put... Yeah, I was thinking, let's store the fuel in this crate, because then it's not just scattered all over the floor. I suppose the point of fuel is that you store it in a tank, rather than... which I am. Rather than on the floor. Rather than in these sort of bottle things. But, yeah, oh well. That's fine, really, I guess. The Temptress, do you also need fuel? You've got FTL charges coming out of your ears. Where's fuel stored in this ship? Oh, there's a little bit up there, and it has very little. Okay, you fly over to here as well, and we'll dock you with the foundry and collect all of that in as well. Meanwhile, we can detach that from it like that, just to give space for other ships that may come in. Right, Temptress. Rotate the camera. There we go, and bring you. Let's bring you in round this side. Let's try to learn to fly. Let's bring you in round this side, because that doesn't require as much rotation. It's just going to be easier that way. I think. Feels easier anyway, and that's what matters, right? There we go. And then we go back to the Logistimatron. There's probably going to be some junk on here that I want to get rid of. Let's have a look. So I would like to get out. I'll keep the loader. Sure, why not? Let's get rid of the doors. I don't know why I've got doors. Probably just sell them all at some point. Robot arms. I don't need that many robot arms on this ship. Maybe I do. If I'm going to put more rail guns on it, maybe I do. Same with the track. Storage crate. No, I've got enough storage crates for that. Fuel. We desperately need fuel. Can't get that across in this way. I have to do it the other way around. Bullets, railgun slugs, ammunition, water, food, seeds, spacesuits. Crew. Where's the FTL juice? Oh no, we've obviously got all of that. Right, back to the foundry, and I want to unload some fuel onto this ship as well. Gone too far. Could pass the Tiddles over. Fuel, here we go. 19. There we go. And that's going to be most of the fuel from the foundry. So I think at that point it's going to be time to take another visit to the gas collector, which isn't all that full, but isn't doing too badly, I guess, maybe. Can we get some thrusters? We can. Let's bring some thrusters in. Put them at strategic points around the ship. So this ship can actually be manoeuvred at that point. Oh, and while I'm at it, any more gas collectors? Another 2. Okay, sweet. Bring them in. The foundry can then... I don't know what it's complaining about. What is it complaining about? No storage. Oh, okay, fine. I know. The foundry is just a bit of a mess on the floor. So, let's do another jump over to here. And you know what? Let's take the other 2. Let's take the rest of the fleet with us. The short hopper has some drones deployed, apparently. The foundry is taking a while to align itself, because, of course, it is. Yeah, the automation is... It's definitely there. It is a little bit limited, but also it's both limited and fairly powerful. And the fact that you've got little guys running around who will sort of... It's a bit like having your minions in multiplayer Factorio, in that you have some people who will do stuff for you if you need them to. I didn't mean to come here. I meant to go to NG6, I think, where the gas collector is. Oh well. What was I here for? Oh yes, to install some bits and pieces. So I want thrusters. I could put them here. I don't think I can put them there. I don't think the guys can get to them, but let's try. Because that's a nice place for a thruster, if they can get there. Those feel like good places for thrusters. Oh, they can squeeze between the reactors. Excellent. I had problems on one of my ships with my guys not able to get to where I was trying to put thrusters for some reason. I don't know exactly. I can't remember exactly what was in the way, but something was, and they couldn't. There was a gap they couldn't fit through. And also, I've got some more gasifiers that I can now put in here, 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 and then power them, and also get the gas out of them. Like that. There we go. And now that's another third on top of what I've had before. And we'll just leave this here, buzzing away merrily and sorting everything out. So at the moment we've got lots of water, we've got lots of food. Most of that is being recycled. These guys are reasonably happy on the ship. Got a load of oxygen as well. Seems to be pretty good. Now back over here, which this isn't where I meant to go. However, there are a lot of rocks here and some pretty cool looking spaceships, and that one's gently pivoting. That's also quite cool. A naval station. Is that like naval gazing, but more stationary? I don't know. Are any of these rocks remotely useful? Yes, we are. Metallic minerals, lots of them. Sweet. Let's get over here then. Boop. Lots more metallic. Oh, some precious and copper. And precious and copper. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good place to be based. Loads of precious there. And Tilium as well. Yeah, I think we've got everything we could possibly need here. In fact, you know what? This is also a nebula. So I'm going to send the Procyon off to go and pick up the gas collector and bring it over here. In fact, this is where I should have had the foundry base the whole time, and it could have been gathering its own stuff. There's a giant anvil-shaped ship for sale over here. That's a giant space invader ship called the Anvil. That is really full and really quite cool. I don't know what it's meant to. So we've got some gathering. We've got drone bays at the front here for presumably gathering stuff. Don't know how we get the drones back into. Oh yeah, there we go. To get drones in that way. And then pull stuff out this way. There's a short robot arm there to dump it onto this track, which sends it up here. And there are robot arms all the way across here to throw it on the floor, or smart robot arms to throw it onto these tracks. Or I'll then come along here. I don't know how smart they are, but maybe, yeah. Then maybe that automatically loads in. Yes, that'll automatically put Tilium over to here, into this crate. Other stuff. What are these? Smelters. Okay, so we can smelt a lot of the metals along here. They'll be chucked out this way. And we've got a loop there as well for it to keep going round and round until it all gets smelted. And then that can be brought along here and put into all the various boxes of the various different types of thing along here. Then we've got some assembly tables and fabricators. Okay, so I guess the idea of this system is that you reprogram everything to make whatever it is you want to make at the moment. Whereas my foundry ship is more designed to make everything all of the time. So this is interesting. There's a load of chemical labs and refine. Okay, so this is for dealing with hyperspace juice whenever it flies anywhere. This is a pretty cool ship. It is 30 million though, so even with my current fortunes I've been making, I can't afford it. But it is pretty cool. And it's not even defenseless. It's got Gatling guns around the outside. Sweet. Anyway, let's stop looking at other people's ships that I can't afford. What are you collecting? Oh, you already started collecting the iron. Excellent. So we're flying over here. We can shoot. So we're shooting this asteroid right down over here. Fair enough. I mean, I was going to come in and harvest this one, but that works too, I suppose. What are you doing? Oh, you're buying stuff. Cool. Ah, and we're making that energy transmitter. Excellent. Does that mean we've... How are we doing on the previous Stargate section? Nearly there. We only need to make another 31 Stargate receivers. So that's going pretty well. I'm, quite happy with that. Oh yes, I was going to send my my cruiser off to go and pick up the gas collector and bring it back here. So let's go to Sector 6, which is that one. And jump. And get some more hyperspace juice as well, which is always nice. I assume it got some on the previous jump, even though it was being towed by another ship. Then we go back to here. Prepare to jump, and we take the gas collector with us this time. Look how quickly that can turn around now to put 4 thrusters on it in sort of completely different corner. Actually, no, a lot of the reason it looks like it's turning quickly is because this one's turning as well. So they're both turning in opposite directions, and so it looks even more exciting. But, yeah, well. Right, back to where we just came from. And gas collector is still sitting merrily in a nebula. So that means it can still carry on generating gas. Yes. Now my next question is, can we pick up some more gas collectors here? We can. We can have another 3 of them. Get those in. Put in some more pipes as well. So that goes 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's up the middle. Like that. And then another cable across the top, like that. And we can shove those up. Here it is already. Gas collectors then go boom, boom, boom. And we can start generating that even more quickly. But we've filled up on Metreon gas, so we need more refineries. But we've nearly filled up on refined Metreon gas as well, so we need more chemical plants. So let's get those in as well. Buy some of those. Yeah, the refineries will easily fit up along here. I can put the chemical plants. Well, one more will fit in there, and then I can put another row of them underneath as well. And yeah, we're making fuel decently quickly. In fact, I think we're making fuel faster than the loaders can put it into bottles, which is quite impressive. Must be that way because of where the power cable is. And then chemical labs. Pretty sure it's that way round. If not, I'll be quite annoyed. Why are you sad? Oh, we have not got enough power generation capacity. Okay then, I guess we need to buy some more reactors. Fine. I guess that was sort of inevitable. We're going to need more oomph at some point for this ship. I could put the reactors in down the bottom here. That's quite a nice place for them. There we go. So install reactors, and I don't think there's any downside to going a little bit overboard on reactors, apart from the cost of them, of course. And at this point, I really don't care about cost. Money is not currently a problem in this game. No, let's not go up next to that pipe. Let's go up over here, where there's no pipes to get confused with. Right, fill those up with fuel, and boom, it should all start working. So, in the meantime, I need to tell you to refine my Metreon gas, I need to tell you to refine Metreon gas, and I need to tell you to refine Metreon gas, I need to tell you to make fuel, I need to tell you to make fuel, and I need to tell you to make fuel. What else can we make? Deuterium, stargate resin, FTL charges, explosives. Okay, cool. Oh, and I need to power them. Oh, and pipe them as well. So that goes there, and okay, they need, once they've powered themselves up, I will see if I've got the pipes in the right place. Hopefully I have. Yeah, that's good. I actually notice it makes a lot of difference, because I'm still going to have to go do a sort of a hop there. Oops. And then run another pipe across there. Okay, that's going to be fuel being made again, quickly. I kind of wish I put that pointing the other way so I could see the fuel tank thing on it. Okay, it's there and it's filling up. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. It's that one that's filling up. Yeah, okay, so we're limited by how we're now limited by how fast the loaders can load the fuel into the little canisters. So, can I put in another loader? Yes, I can. It could be a fuel loader. Let's put in a fuel loader specifically. Up there. And then pipe to that. Like so. And then you are unloading fuel. Now you take the bottle off it. There we go. Right, so oops. So we can now pull the fuel out a little bit quicker. Now you're manoeuvrable enough that you can actually go over and join the party over here. And we can unload all of that lovely, lovely fuel we've been producing into the foundry, and then decide where we want to put it from there. Meanwhile, the foundry is happily foundering. Yeah, we're producing lots and lots of iron ore, and it's being basically just put into this box here to be dealt with. And yeah, actually we are nearly full of iron ore. I'm going to have to stop in a minute and go and get something else. Thallium is a bit low. Copper is quite low. Okay, we'll fill this up, and then we'll go and try and find some copper. In the meantime, how are we doing? Ooh, 192. Very nearly there. And here comes the gas boy. And stop. And pivot. And wander a little bit. And there we go. I should put enough docking ports on this thing that all of my ships can just come and dock to it and just sit there basically all the time, and that's just where they live when they're not doing anything else. My own sort of little space station, effectively. That'd be quite cool. All right, all the fuel goes to the foundry. Boop, like that. I don't know how to clear these numbers out. I don't know where they're against. You see, these balance out. We've got a positive number there and a negative number there. But then we've got these positive numbers, and oh, that actually there's one here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, okay, I can get rid of them from here. I don't entirely understand what's happening, but I've managed to clear it out, so that's all right. Yeah, whatever. Oh, we've made some more fuel already. Let's send that over as well. Or maybe that was the fuel that was earmarked for the other ship. I don't know. Send it all over here. Hopefully the foundry is going to have... Yeah, there's loads of space to store the fuel over here. So that's working quite nicely now. The iron is being gathered. We have a box nearly full. The smelters are running. But yeah, that seems to be done. Is there a copper patch nearby we can go and just grab a little bit of? Precious, metallic, precious, thallium. There's some copper down here. Oh, there's copper over here. We're going to end up with some unexpected stuff, I feel. But that's not necessarily a problem. We can always sell off some precious minerals and, yeah, just make some money from them, I guess. I do like how it's... Oh, we're using... Ah, that's interesting. So because the two ships are joined, the gas collector is using its engines to help fly the foundry over. That's really good because it's a rather slow ship. Yeah, we're going to gather quite a lot of precious on the way over. That's not a problem because we have a good amount of storage space there. But I do wonder if perhaps I should have this shut down when the ship's in motion. I say have it shut down. I mean, I guess I mean shut it down. Use the copper. That's the copper. Yes. So I'll need to go over to this mode and then attack that, attack that, attack that, attack that, attack that. Oh no! Attack that, attack that, and go to here. Go to here, and just pummel this copper patch. And yeah, it's still going to gather up lots. And there's mostly copper around here. Okay, that's not so bad. So we'll gather in a load of extra copper. I think I might have overshot a little bit. Can we can we reverse a bit? Yes, we can. We can use the manoeuvring thrusters to pull back a little bit so that the lasers can actually laze properly. There we go. Hurrah for manoeuvring thrusters. So this is going to allow me to gather up a decent quantity of copper that we can then gather up. I fit into the copper crate there and get that up and working. Okay. I think this is... I'd like to finish off the next stage of the Stargate, the phase of the Stargate, number 4 here. Ah, we've got there. Okay, I guess we'll sell off one of these things then. In fact, let's turn off the auto trade for the Stargate receivers, and let's sell a Stargate. None of those. Oh, it needs to be taken out of the machine, doesn't it? How do I get them to take it out of the machine? I'm not quite sure. Can an inserter do it? Oh, I think it can. Actually, just telling it not to make those will probably take it out. Here he comes. Here comes a guy. We've taken the coils away, which is not what I expected, but okay. What if I dismantle it? Should leave all the bits and pieces on the floor, I think. Just like that. There we go, energy transmitter. So now I can sell... Oh, it's called an energy transmitter, that's why I couldn't find it. Sell the energy transmitter, go. I can't look at phase 6 yet, which seems fair enough. Do. Energy transmitter, maybe. Oh, there it's gone. And push button, receive bacon. Failed. Okay, so as Tiger was trying to spoil me about earlier, it looks like I probably need to make some more of those. So I guess we'll do that, but not tonight, because it has got rather late and it is time I finished. So thank you very much everyone for watching. I shall be back on Monday with, well, I should be back on Friday with a video of how things went on. We're talking a bit about things we got up to on the stream on Monday. So that's with the Factorio Space Age Planetary Pioneers, the stream with the 5 of us playing. I'll be back again on Monday as well for another stream. That's some more Planetary Pioneers, so we'll carry on with well, we've just about got to Norvis now, so we'll be starting the game as normal, I guess, however you want to look at it. So yeah, please make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss that when it happens, or subscribe following whatever's appropriate for the service you're on. Yeah, I'll hopefully see you on Friday. I think this has been a reasonably profitable stream for me. I've got up to I've made about $8 million, which is quite good. 8 million space bucks. I've expanded my fleet a bit by, well, I've improved my ships a little bit, and I've tweaked and improved my automation systems in the foundry, and I think things are ticking over quite nicely here. I'm a little bit perturbed or concerned about what's happened to all of the plot-related missions. I'm going to have to maybe have a look on the Discord server and see if anyone's sort of talked about that, and see if I can work out what's happening and why things aren't working quite as I would expect them to. Because it did seem a bit odd that there haven't been any sort of plot-related things poking at me, even though I've done an entire Stargate phase. But I guess that's something I'll look into during the rest of the week. So, that's it. Thank you very much for watching. Good night, everyone. Good night, Regular. Good night, everyone else. Thank you very much for watching. Check out the video on Friday, and remember to come back for the stream on Monday, when we should be doing some more Factorio. Good night, and I'll see you then.